Chapter 1656. Huang, and Yi didn't reply, remaining calm and silent. What else was there to say now? The two of them already made their preparations to fight to the death. This place was silent. There was an indescribable pressure that pervaded the air, making all the creatures in the great thousand cosmos tremble, feeling as if the end of the world was about to arrive, that their lives were about to reach their end. No matter how many cosmos they were separated by, no matter how far they were, all living creatures sensed this, feeling endless fear. What a pity I won't be able to see people like you two again in the future. If you two were given time, the two of you were variables that could have reached the pinnacle of existence. Yet today, you will be buried, not having the chance to continue transforming. An ancestor spoke. Even he could say these words, so one could imagine just how great Huang and Ye's potential was. This left everyone even more shocked. The two of them were already powerful enough. If they fought one-on-one, they could kill the ancestors, but now they actually learned from the mouths of those terrifying creatures that they could still advance further. It seems like there really are creatures in this world who can surpass the domain of Tao sacrifice. Fortunately, I can communicate with them in a dream, reviving ahead of time and ending you all ahead of time. The ancestors spoke, their words shocking everyone. Many people learned for the first time that the domain the ancestors Huang and Yi stood on was actually Tao sacrifice. And according to what they said, Huang and Ye's final accomplishments should surpass the Tao sacrifice, truly reaching a domain that even the ancestors could only sigh at, never able to reach. In the ruined cosmos in the back, even the evolvers of the opposing heavens really wanted to ask, did these types of creatures really exist? However, in that instant, they became silent. Perhaps the ancestral great sacrifice was related to this. You all will become a brilliant chapter in our memories. All of you, go well. An ancestor spoke, immediately surging with boundless killing intent. Everyone's hearts were raised, realizing that they were finally going to deal a fatal blow. Previously, there were ancestors who said that they were going to size up just how strong Huang and Yi were right now. Now, everything was over. Endless killing intent erupted. In that instant, all worlds became blood-colored, the heavens and earth becoming scarlet red. Countless great cosmos seemed to have already shed blood ahead of time, red mist and rain of blood pouring down. Was this foretelling that the most powerful creatures of this world were going to fall? The great thousand worlds sensed this, already weeping. In a trance, people could already see a sorrowful picture slowly unfolding. What a pity. Even though you didn't join our clan, we were still moved, seeing a creature that surpassed the Tao sacrifice domain. I'll send the two of you on your way, please. The primogenitor didn't humiliate them, instead giving Huang and Yi a high evaluation. This meant that he set his resolution to kill them. The Dog Emperor, Jiu Daoi, Li Su, the Carrion Corpse, and the others felt their hearts pounding. They were extremely anxious and worried. They didn't want to see the blood of these two invincible people splatter in the unworldly world. If Huang and Yi both became history, disappearing from this world, then this world would never see the light of dawn again, losing the final hope of sweeping through this vile land. It was easy to see that Huang and Ye's potential was endless, creatures that could continuously grow. Meanwhile, the 10 great ancestors' accomplishments were already set in stone, with no path forward. They feared those two's future, so they had to kill them. Rumble. Heaven and earth overturned, the past and present as if reversed. The 10 great ancestors walked forward together, working together to kill Huang and Yi. Something terrifying happened. Mysterious patterns appeared between the primogenitors, exceeding Tao patterns. These were terrifying patterns not even creatures at the end of the path could understand. They linked the 10 of them together. The 10 ancestors towered, surrounding Huang and Yi from all directions. Endless light surged. The 10 ancestors seemed to have condensed into one, becoming the ultimate primogenitor that surpassed the Tao sacrifice domain. Their figures towered in the unworldly world, sometimes gathering and sometimes scattering, appearing everywhere. At this moment, a boundless oppressive aura surged, making all creatures at the end of the path tremble, feeling as if their souls couldn't calm down. They felt endless fear. There was even less of a need to talk about the other creatures. They all felt an urge to sacrifice themselves. Pung! The 10 of them moved, taking action against Huang and Yi together. In that instant, the omnipotent, unmatched Huang and Yi in the eyes of the world continuously suffered serious injuries. Even though their attacks were similarly terrifying, able to shake the past, present, and future, there was still blood continuously splashing out from their bodies. The light that engulfed the past, present, and future submerged that place. Soon afterwards, Huang and Yi were in danger. Their bodies exploded, turning into 2 blasts of bloody mist. The 2 of them reappeared, slaughtering again without any regard for life or death. Blood dyed the unworldly world red. At the same time, there were immortal emperors who took action in the distance, targeting the Dog Emperor, Rotten Corpse, and Nindao Imperial Court's troops. Even though the Empress was in the air, unmatched in her generation, it was still difficult for her to stop all of the 10 Emperors' attacks alone. In that instant, a group of Imperial Court's troops turned into blood, vanishing from this world like smoke in thin air. Even though Huang and Yi were fighting a great battle, they could still sense everything that was happening outside. Their eyes erupted with terrifying radiance, making the 10 emperors tremble in fear. The 10 great ancestors saw some clues. After taking action again, one of them said, "When you saw your followers die, you all must feel pain, but you are powerless to reverse the situation. According to your natures, you are definitely not people who cherish your lives. Since you are destined to fall, and your main bodies will be found by us sooner or later, yet you didn't immediately summon them, then there is only one possibility." An ancestor deduced, "According to my speculations, your main bodies transferred their power to their avatars. Together with their past injuries, your main bodies might not be in a good state. That is why whether the 2 true bodies come or not, it won't change anything, right? Or perhaps the state of the true bodies is even worse than what we thought, waiting to revive in slumber. Not even your avatars can temporarily contact the main bodies. This is most likely the truth. Since this is the case, then let's just find your main bodies ahead of time." The 10 great ancestors used their most terrifying methods, using Huang and Ye's avatars as the guide to trace the main bodies, wishing to kill the source. After fighting to this point, they definitely couldn't allow everything to go to waste. They didn't wait to sacrifice the 2 before searching for the main bodies, impatient to see the weak state of the main bodies. The 10 individuals connected even more patterns, becoming incomparably dense. In a daze, it was as if they truly became one, their auras becoming more and more terrifying. When immortal emperors saw this, they all shivered in fear. Their bodies trembled, not daring to look straight at them. Hong! Endless light erupted. Countless lines appeared in heaven and earth. This was a method that far exceeded karma tracing methods. Even if they had to pay a bit of a price, they still had to immediately find Huang and Yi. In the Yang realm, a woman from the Flower Powder Path appeared behind Chufeng. This indistinct figure gave him the chance to watch the battle outside the world. He felt a great pressure inside. Regardless of who it was, they could all sense that Huang and Ye's situation wasn't good. The ancestors had the mysterious plateau behind them, so there was no way out. At the same time, he also felt disappointed and frustrated. Why was there a type of dismal feeling? It was as if the entire course of history had changed. At this type of crucial moment, his mind actually became absent-minded. Between what seemed real and what seemed like an illusion, he saw a hazy and indistinct dream leave him. Could it be that what the ancestors said really had a basis? The course of history had changed because of certain factors. While in a daze, he seemed to have seen a corner of his own future. He experienced great joy and great sorrow, unleashing a great slaughter in that vile earth, killing a primogenitor. However, that wasn't reality in the end, but rather a dream. Right now, He only saw the creatures of the heavens suffer the greatest disaster. He wanted to slaughter his way over and contribute a bit of strength. Chu Feng woke up from his dream, his entire body covered in sweat. He felt like the world was dusky, the color of blood everywhere, indicating an extremely inauspicious situation. Did the course of history really change? He said to himself. In that instant, his soul trembled, as if the end of the world was about to arrive. Even though he had the support of the woman from the flower powder path behind him, he still experienced this type of feeling. He felt his blood run cold. Suddenly, he saw countless densely packed patterns interweave towards the Yang realm. It seemed to be precisely where he was. Wong. All of a sudden, the stone jar moved. However, it didn't shine, and it didn't revive like before. However, why was it shaking intensely? Immediately afterwards, Chu Feng was stupefied. It was actually the 2 seeds in the jar that revived and were moving. Ever since he obtained this artifact back then, there were 3 seeds in the jar, but after all these years, only one of them possessed activity, accompanying him as he evolved and grew. Meanwhile, the other 2 seeds had always been shriveled and withered when he picked them up back then, without the slightest bit of activity or vitality. However, right now, the 2 seeds actually shone, sparkling and incomparably brilliant. They floated in the jar and began to sway violently. Bang! The lid of the jar opened on its own, and the 2 seeds rushed out. Moreover, they began to burn under Chu Feng's shocked gaze, turning into ashes and scattering completely. Then, with a hong sound, 2 imposing figures suddenly appeared in their original location. Their gazes were like cold lightning as they rushed into outer space together. Chu Feng had never been as shocked as he was now. The 2 seeds were actually 2 people. Moreover, he quickly caught sight of their figures. They were too familiar. Weren't those Huang and Yi who were currently fighting the 10 great ancestors to the death in the outside world? 2 great heavenly emperors. He was stupefied, his entire body petrified as he stood frozen in place. How could he not understand now? The so-called Heavenly Emperor Huang and Heavenly Emperor Ye's true bodies had always been at his side, sleeping in the stone jar. They were the 2 seeds that seemed to have lost their vitality. The 10 great ancestors used their unmatched techniques to trace their main bodies, rousing them awake. Huang and Yi took the initiative to slaughter their way out, facing the densely packed patterns in the sky dome. The 2 heavenly emperors' main bodies attacked together, piercing through outer space, their auras devouring endless time. The radiance they released was like raging sacrificial flames, completely burning through the densely packed patterns in the sky. The 2 of them directly slaughtered their way into the outside world, facing the 10 great ancestors. Moreover, during this process, the 2's flesh crushed the 10 emperors until they exploded. Flesh and blood splashed in all directions, emperor blood covering the skies. Unfortunately, even if they were creatures of the sacrificial Tao domain, it was impossible for them to immediately kill creatures at the end of the road. In the end, they still didn't completely transcend this great cultivation realm. Huang, Yi, your true bodies finally came. There are no variables in this world that we can't find, an ancestor said coldly. However, in the end, he still frowned. Why was the 3rd person in the dream still so blurry? This didn't make sense. As long as the 10 great ancestors did everything they could to deduce it, as long as they were powerful enough, they would be as resplendent as lighthouses in the night sky, releasing dazzling fiery light. As expected, your main body's conditions are extremely poor. The words of the ancestors immediately made countless people feel as if they fell into an ice house, feeling a bone chilliness. Chapter 16:57. Huang and Ye's true bodies appeared, shaking the heavens above and earth below, the world beyond. Even though their figures were imposing, eyes like stars, displaying exceptional elegance, the primogenitors definitely didn't speak without reason. Their current states were extremely poor. Everyone was extremely nervous, their hearts filled with a bad premonition. In a daze, everyone seemed to have already seen a blood-soaked painting unfold, the tragic end irreversible. Everything was about to end. The great curtains didn't fall, but everyone already sensed something, their noses turning sour. There was a type of sorrow that surged into their hearts. At this moment, some people seemed to vaguely see the scene of the two figures at the very front falling miserably into pools of blood. This conclusion was hard for them to accept. Huang and Ye's true bodies stood at the very front, their figures tall and straight, as if two dazzling war spears were nailed into the void. They displayed their sharpness, facing the 10 great primogenitors. The direction of history has changed. Huang spoke, his voice extremely soft, carrying regret and unwillingness. The scene of all of the primogenitors being killed in the past completely disappeared before his eyes. In the end, there was only resolution left in his eyes. Since the great trend had already shifted, what was the point of thinking too much? Wringing his hands and sighing, this wasn't his nature. We have come before, we do not regret it. Ye's voice wasn't loud, but it was extremely forceful. In this life, he rose up from the desolate era, never dying in 100 battles. Now he pacified all the chaos. He had no regrets. Huang, and he turned around, seeing those old friends. There were brothers who went through life and death with them, followers who traveled with them. There was still reluctance. However, they had no choice but to turn around and fight against the primogenitors, vowing to drag these people away. Don't tell me you all want to suddenly send away a group of people in the middle of the battle? A primogenitor spoke. According to Huang and Ye's nature, this was quite possible. Even if they had to pay the price of blood, they would still create a chance for those people to escape. Now, the primogenitors spoke, cutting off this path. If you all make any moves, we will naturally release a full-powered attack as well. Wipe out the great thousand cosmos. I believe those people definitely have no chance of survival. Your battlefield should only be here. The strange primogenitors were overbearing, speaking of these possibilities, forcing Huang and Ye's true bodies to not act recklessly. Huang, Yi, Heavenly Emperor Huang, Heavenly Emperor Yi. In the broken great world, countless people roared, their eyes red. They knew that today might be the last time they would see the two heavenly emperors. The bizarreness primogenitor was backed by the mysterious plateau, so there was no solution. The following battle might be Heavenly Emperor Desolation and Heavenly Emperor Ye's final glory, never to be seen in the world from now on. Everyone roared, but they were powerless and helpless. I'll be with you, advancing and retreating together. In the distance, the Empress was actually closing in, walking over step by step. Behind her, there were creatures at the end of the path, exploding, corpses laying in the void, blood everywhere. One of the primogenitors glanced over and discovered that one of the celestial emperors of the strange race had actually been killed by the female empress using some inexplicable method. This time, it wasn't as simple as his body disintegrating, but he had truly died. This left everyone shocked. The exceptional empress had always been powerful and unfathomable. From the moment she appeared until now, she actually killed an indelible life form in front of everyone in such a short amount of time. What method did she use and what price did she pay? Everyone's hearts trembled. Then, heaven-shaking cheers erupted in the ruined great world. The bizarreness progenitor's expression was unpleasant, while the other 9 emperors were even more shaken, their pupils rapidly contracting. Unfortunately, what was regretful was that lightning rumbled and thunder rumbled in the vile earth, radiance erupting. The strange matter surged endlessly. That creature at the end of the path revived on the plateau. Everyone became speechless, finding this result hard to accept. Despite this being the case, the experts of the strange race were all silent, their expressions not good. This was an immortal emperor, one that had just been truly killed by the female empress. This was the first time the experts of this race borrowed that strange land to revive, reappearing. The white-clothed empress pressed forward, each step seemingly a great era, carrying boundless power. The sea of time exploded, about to fight shoulder to shoulder with Desolation and Yi. Desolation and Yi Huaisho didn't speak up to advise her to leave, to wait for an endless amount of time before coming back to kill the primogenitor. It was because they knew that there wouldn't be any more immortal emperors in the world. The 10 great primogenitors had appeared, long deducing that everyone would be killed. The world was boundless. The experts at the end of the path of the world had nowhere to go. One of the primogenitors looked towards the female empress and said, "You are quite strong, always moving about with your true body for so many years, hiding for Yi and the others. You yourself wasted quite a bit of time, yet you still reached this step. It truly is terrifying." Even the primogenitors sighed like this, so one could see just how astonishing the female empress was. An ancestor covered in thick, inauspicious matter coldly said, "Since you all have a will, we will give you all a chance. Desolation, Yi, you two will fight a decisive battle against us, while those below the primogenitor level can fight in another battlefield. If someone can escape alive, we will allow them to leave. We definitely won't wipe them out." He was extremely powerful. While speaking, the evolutionary paths that existed in this world all broke apart. His true strength was terrifying beyond compare. It has been many years. The younger generations in the vile earth have all become lazy, urgently needing to sharpen themselves, bathe in the blood of enemies, and even more so need the baptism of their own blood. Today, let's see everyone's performance. The primogenitors spoke, wishing to use this final battle to polish the strange clans in the vile earth. They believed that after this battle, the world would decline, that they wouldn't have any opponents in the endless years to come. Desolation, and Yi didn't hesitate at all, nodding towards the female empress, telling her not to step into this battlefield, but to fight in another battlefield instead. Even though the white-clothed female empress appearance was enough to topple cities, her style exceptional, she wasn't a weak woman. After hearing this, she gave Desolation and Yi one last look, decisively turning around to leave. In the distance, the dog emperor, rotten corpse, and the others still felt their hearts sink when they heard this. They really wanted to curse out loud. The vile earth's primogenitors really had the nerve to say, 2 battlefields? Was this even fair? However, there was no such thing as fairness between life and death. Currently, there was only one empress on their side, while the other side had 10 emperors in the sky. Just now, the ones who were killed reappeared. Those injuries weren't much. Immortal emperors couldn't be erased. So how were they supposed to fight? Even the strange immortal emperor who was truly killed by the female empress' matchless methods revived. So how were they supposed to fight? The empress was powerful enough, stunning the endless space-time. She might be able to kill her way through the creatures at the end of the road, but the other party's greatest reliance was the mysterious plateau behind her. Even if she was truly killed and obliterated, she could still revive from the ancestral land. Against these 10 undying opponents, what chance did the female empress have? In the end, even the female empress might fall. Desolation, and Yi didn't say anything. They couldn't interfere or protect their old friends, or else the primogenitors would definitely attack the world. If that happened, the creatures of the heavens wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of the Tao offering level. Perhaps they would all be wiped out. Within the blinding, multicolored light, Desolation and Ye's main bodies and their respective clones merged into one, preparing to face the most difficult life and death battle of their lives. In this battle, one side was destined to be wiped out with no return. Dong! A bell rang out. Heaven and earth split apart. The river of time severed. A celestial emperor arrived, directly entering the battlefield, standing shoulder to shoulder with the female empress. Great Emperor! The dog emperor was the most shocked, incomparably excited, howling loudly. At this critical moment, when the atmosphere was extremely oppressive, he actually lost his composure, tears rolling down his cheeks in pairs. Many knew that there was only one person who could make the dog emperor lose his composure and cry without any care for his image. It was the man lying on the broken monarch's bell, the one who stood shoulder to shoulder with the female empress and Yi Tong era, without beginning. In the great battle of the Yang realm more than 100 years ago, the monarch's obsession revived, participating in the darkest and most tragic battle, fighting against the celestial emperor and stopping the experts of the vile earth. After the battle, he disappeared. When the dog emperor, the rotten corpse, and the others revived in this broken secret world, they couldn't see him again. Today, the dog emperor shed tears. In the most desperate situation, the monarch's obsession revived again. Had he returned? Was he going to use his last bit of strength to live with everyone and perish together? It wasn't just the dog emperor. Many people's noses were sore and their eyes were red. They never thought that the man who stood shoulder to shoulder with the female empress and Yi Zheng would return as an obsession after his death. Back then, there was an extremely difficult period of time. That was when Huang was at his weakest and lowest point after the Olden Era where he was buried. His traces were almost completely erased from the entire history. During that period, before Yi Zheng and the female empress became celestial emperors, they encountered a great calamity and almost died. In the end, Without Beginning resolutely brought up the rear, using the great Tao of time to send the two away, but he himself died. If not for that, he would have become celestial emperor a long time ago. This was a heroic man who made people sigh, a great emperor of the human race who was truly invincible for a period of time. At the end of the celestial path, who was the peak? This was the evaluation of him by the world, enough to describe everything. No words needed to describe it. Unfortunately, a man who stood at the peak of the world died young. Now his heroic spirit had reappeared once again. Great emperor, if you had lived until today, you would have become an invincible person. The dog emperor cried. In the past, when it was very young, it was this human expert who picked it up and raised it by its side. In the years it followed without beginning, this great emperor of the human race had never been defeated in his life. He swept through all his opponents, beating the dark forbidden zone until it lay dormant and didn't dare to make a sound. Don't cry. I never left. Without Beginning said in a low voice, comforting the dog emperor. The more he said this, the sadder the dog emperor became, and tears flowed down its cheeks. I'm not dead. I am still alive. Without Beginning suddenly said this, and he released his celestial emperor aura. In an instant, the dog emperor froze on the spot, like a clay statue. All the other old friends were also shocked, looking at him in a daze. Back then, I brought up the rear and did indeed die in battle. But how could they let me fall into eternal silence? I will naturally return. Without Beginning said, then looked at the female empress and Huang Yi. Indeed, Without Beginning died in battle when Huang was at its weakest and couldn't pay attention to the world. He brought up the rear for Yi and the female empress, and despite their objections, he forcefully used the origin of time to send the two away. How could Yi and the female empress, who survived, bear to see the person who stood shoulder to shoulder with them die like this? No matter how great the price they had to pay, the two of them had to make him shine in the world. For so many years, I have always been in the burial pit. Although I have been dead for a long time, and my cultivation has been delayed for a long time, in the end, I have reached the end of the road. Unfortunately, time does not wait for me. Without Beginning had regrets. With his potential, the more time passed, the more he could climb to a stronger realm. The female empress tilted her head and looked at Without Beginning. The two of them didn't need to say much, and they nodded at each other with great determination. Today, they were destined to dye the world with blood and kill until they went crazy. The ancestor covered in black blood looked at Without Beginning and said ferociously, even if you don't come out today, we can actually confirm everything about you and find and kill you in the end. Without Beginning mocked himself. Unfortunately, the direction of history has changed, and the 10 most ancient vengeful spirits have awakened in advance. I, who was originally hiding in the burial pit and waiting for an opportunity to blend into the strange tribe and finally enter the end of the plateau, came out prematurely. With the origin of time as his foundation, he was the most sensitive to the changes in history and the deviation of the trajectory of the general trend. After he died, the female empress and Yi did not care about the price and saved him. He had already changed his identity and was hiding in the burial pit outside the strange tribe, cultivating the space great Tao. He wanted to become one of the strange tribe's own people and find an opportunity for them to bring him to the end of the mysterious plateau. This undercover route that was destined to have a slim chance of survival was interrupted prematurely. Not far away, Kan Huang was trying to find joy in this extremely depressing atmosphere. She waved her hand and said, "You are a spy in the dark, and I am a spy in the open. In the end, I took the opportunity to kill them all, recovered the land, and finally ran away." Everyone was speechless. Endless rays of light bloomed, and an extremely powerful aura filled the air. A graceful figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was the only survivor of high heavens who was at the level of Lu Jin, Luo. At such a crucial moment, she had also killed her way here. The evolvers of all worlds could feel her kindness and her boundless killing intent towards the vile earth. High heavens had been destroyed, and only Luo was left. The blood and chaos originated from the 10 emperors, and me, who has returned by stepping on the emperor's bones. Strange tribe, your grandfather has also arrived. Accompanied by a loud roar, another burly man tore through time and space and landed in this world. It was actually the darkness immortal emperor of the past, a fierce person who specialized in going against the vile earth. He had said more than once that he had returned by stepping on the emperor's bones of the enemies in this world. Previously, during the war between the worlds and the vile earth, he had fought with the vile earth more than once. Everyone was filled with admiration for him, and many people greeted him from afar. Suddenly, the darkness immortal emperor of the past let out a cry of surprise. He looked at a creature at the level of Lu Jin from the strange tribe and said, "Rat, I clearly killed you, but you actually came back to life?" He was the only one who had always dared to address the immortal emperors of the vile earth like this. He had given the experts of the strange tribe different titles according to their strength. On the other side, the expression of the creature at the level of Lu Jin from the strange tribe instantly turned ugly, and his killing intent swept out like a tsunami. Even if you all didn't come, you will still be accounted for after this. As long as you have reached the level of Lu Jin, no one will survive in our deductions. Apart from my tribe, from today onwards, there will be no emperors in this world. One of the primogenitors said coldly, stating the terrifying consequences of the 10 ancestors coming together. They had already deduced where the emperors were, and they would wipe out all the supreme experts in one battle. Kill. The great battle erupted. At this moment, there were no exceptions on both battlefields. Killing intent tore the sky apart and shook the worlds. The most terrifying and tragic battle had begun. The Empress, without beginning, Luo, and the past darkness immortal emperor all went all out. The Lu Jin level creatures who all came from vile earth slaughtered until the great river of time collapsed. There were also half immortal emperors from both sides who also fought in the distant ruins. Don't restrict me, let me go. Even though I'm not powerful enough, I still want to do my part. Chu Feng turned around, looking towards the woman on Pollen Path. Right now, he was locked in place. Huang and Ye's true bodies had long moved, fighting intensely against the 10 ancestors. It was a bitter and bloody struggle. Soon afterwards, blood splashed outwards. In an extremely short amount of time, their bodies split apart, but they also dragged with them half of the ancestors. Huang and Ye's flesh and ruined bones of the ancestors exploded together. This battle had just begun, yet it already entered the most miserable state. One side was destined to be completely wiped out, unable to return. An intense, great battle, a bleak picture of blood and bones. It was destined to change everything, difficult for history books to record. Under the dazzling radiance, under the resplendent emperor fists, Huang and Yi fought until they went mad. Their hair was disheveled, their bodies destroyed again and again. Only after another great eruption did the world calm down, entering a short period of peace. Both sides paid an unendurable price, injuring their foundations. They confronted each other, looking into the distance. A cool breeze stirred up Huang and Ye's black hair, revealing their handsome faces and unswerving expressions. They had fought through hundreds of battles without dying, always fighting against strange creatures from the ancient times until now. Even though they were exhausted, they still faced the source of the strangeness with their heads held high. The great changes of time corroded their blood-soaked war clothes, but it couldn't erase their unyielding fighting spirit. Their eyes were even deep like the starry sky. These were two individuals who illuminated endless generations, heroic and resplendent, heroes who would never admit defeat. At this time, Heavenly Emperor Huang's eyes erupted with resplendent brilliance. Even if he was deducing the final chapter of Blood and Bone, his life was still going to end in the most miserable, great battle. He was someone who was born in response to disaster, born into this world for battle, living for battle. He was Heavenly Emperor Huang, going to slaughter his way out in the final battle, display his exceptional brilliance. In his life, the word retreat had never existed. He was always at the very front of the battlefield, always sweeping through his opponents. Even when his life declined, he was still going to illuminate the world like the sunset glow, slaughter out a bloody brilliance. He was the one and only Heavenly Emperor Huang throughout all of time. He was similarly resolute, looking down on the 10 ancestors. He rose up from the desolate era, starting to calm down the blood and chaos during those difficult years when he was young, sweeping through the darkness-restricted regions until today. Great eras and great worlds passed one after another, suppressing the strangeness and inauspiciousness. He never regretted stepping on this path. Heavenly Emperor Yi was just like in the past, the passage of time never cutting down his lofty aspirations that rushed into the heavens. His fist radiance was dazzling, streaking through endless time and space, his battle intent burning, illuminating the path of all evolvers. Even if things fell, he still wanted to sublimate in extreme brilliance, his aura devouring endless generations, penetrating the source of inauspiciousness. He was born in battle, died in battle. This was a boundless life scroll that belonged to him. Heavenly Emperor Yi. He was previously unmatched in this world. Chapter 1658. It wasn't the bitter cold season, but when the cool breeze blew past their faces, it was extremely cold, raising Huang and Ye's black hair, also brushing past their bodies that were covered in cracks and blood. The entire world was filled with an austere aura. In this final battle, there was a short period of peace, filled with the bleakness of autumn. Many people felt a sense of desolation in their hearts. Everyone knew that in the future, there would most likely be no more celestial emperors in the world. Far away, many people silently sent him off in their hearts. Kill! Amidst their magnificent roars, the two celestial emperors charged toward the 10 forefathers. They were like rays of light that illuminated the entire bloody battlefield. Figures interweaved, blood and bones exploding. Fist light was everlasting, shattering the endless blue skies. In this bitter battle, Huang and Ye's bodies were covered in blood. Meanwhile, the ancestors on the other side were also staggering in retreat, even the ancient coffin on their backs about to explode. Huang slaughtered his way forward with his sword in hand. That unmatched sword radiance once again illuminated the past, present, and future. It traversed all of time, its style matchless and matchless. But at this moment, the primogenitors seemed to have become one, and the 10 of them seemed to have become one. In a blur, they actually fused into one person, holding a thick mace that was dripping with blood and smashing forward. Dang! Blinding light bloomed. The sword embryo and the black wolf tooth club collided. Time collapsed, the outer world exploded. The primal chaos evaporated, order turned to ash, and the great Tao was incinerated, destroying everything. If this battlefield had not separated itself from the world, all the universes would have been torn apart, and countless great worlds would have been destroyed. It was because they had separated themselves from the world that they did not affect the boundless world. Both sides' bodies were covered in cracks, covered in blood. Heaven and earth were about to collapse, no longer existing. Ye's body was like lightning. Fist imprints covered the world as he smashed towards the primogenitor. Billions of fist lights drowned out the area in front of him, clashing with the weapon in the primogenitor's hand and shattering the eternal chaotic ancient land. Fresh red blood and strange blood sprayed out at the same time. The wolf-tooth mace in the primogenitor's hand was pitch black and heavy. A casual strike from it could annihilate countless great thousand worlds. It wasn't an artifact that contained a great Tao aura, only thick, heavy, and chilly. However, it was terrifying beyond compare. After endless years passed, there was still immortal emperor blood dripping down. Since the ancient times, it was unknown just how many supreme creatures had been killed. In front of it, the so-called Great Tao could only collapse and turn into ashes. And now, it was stained with Huang and Ye's blood. Heavenly the Arch. In the distance, suppressed cries sounded. Many people were nervous and anxious, feeling extremely uncomfortable inside. That was but Heavenly Emperor Huang and Heavenly Emperor Yi. They represented invincibility. They had always swept through their opponents, but today it was so difficult. The dark red blood of the sky, Emperor, flowed endlessly. There were even several times when their bodies were directly torn apart, disintegrating under the opponent's heavy black weapons. The scene of blood and bones was so dazzling. When people saw this scene, they felt incomparable pain in their hearts. They didn't want to see the two great sky emperors die. Although the two of them also heavily injured the primogenitor, causing his physical body to collapse, the price paid by the two celestial emperors was too great. Huang, brother, you are fighting with your life on the line, while we are fighting here as well. I won't lose face for you. I'm going to fight to the death. If there's a next life, I hope we can still be brothers. In the distance, a tragic great roar sounded. This was the heavenly horned ant. He was also going to stake it all. The Tao ancestors in the vile earth were currently closing in. A great battle was about to begin. Not only were the Empress Luo without beginning and the others fighting against the 10 emperors in outer space, the heavenly horned ant, 10-crowned king, rotten corpse, Pang Bo, and the others also had to fight a bloody battle against similar level Tao ancestors. After this battle, how many of them would be left alive? No one knew. Will they look back one last time? It might be an eternal farewell. The heavenly horned ant shed hot tears. He looked towards Huang, giving him one last look. Then, he decisively rushed towards a half-immortal emperor from the strange race, fighting a bloody battle against his opponent. He didn't look back, going to fight a decisive battle to the death, not wishing to continue living. The heavenly horned ant was incomparably valiant, his clan dominating the world through power. He was as fast as lightning, directly tearing apart a Tao ancestor. While bathed in the blood of his enemies, he rushed towards another opponent. However, he was surrounded by 7 Tao ancestors. An ice-cold spear stabbed into his body from behind. A snow-white long blade also hacked into his shoulder, embedding itself deeply into his bones. This was just a single exchange, yet a rain of blood already flew about, the battle incredibly bitter. Huang turned around from the bloody battle. He saw the heavenly horned ant weave through many Tao ancestors, carrying bloody radiance along the way, hair disheveled, slaughtering crazily. Huang really wanted to take action, but he couldn't. A furious roar sounded. Heavenly Emperor Huang clashed fiercely with the ancestors again, making the ancestors' blood and bones scatter across the world. Roar! A tall and sturdy man whose arm was as thick as a normal person's thigh roared out, entire body covered in blood. He staggered about, slaughtering his way in and out of the enemies. There was even a crack between his brows, left behind by a strange race's Tao ancestor, who was also a half-immortal emperor. He was Pang Bo, the one who accompanied Heavenly Emperor Yi the longest out of everyone here. Yi, the two of us have been good friends since we were young. We came from the same homeland, and then stepped into the starry sky together, walking on this path of cultivation. Even though there were difficulties and hardships along the way, there were also glorious moments. After all these years, today I might not be able to hold on anymore. In the next life, we will still be brothers. One of Pangbo's arms was severed, his body even more so pierced by blades and other things that flickered with cold radiance. He did everything he could to blast apart his two opponents, but it was difficult for him to even move himself, as if he might fall at any time. These were all injuries left behind by a half-immortal emperor. Why can't I make the great leap, become an immortal emperor? The rotten corpse roared out in anger. He hated himself for not being strong enough, for not being able to stop the enemies that covered the skies. The strange creatures continuously struck down the people he was familiar with and imperial court's troops. Huang, Yi, I met you two in different eras, calling you brothers, yet I never reached the end of the road, losing face for you two. I can't accept this. In the Tao ancestor level, I'm going to fight 10 of you alone. The rotten corpse's entire body was covered in blood. He roared towards the heavens, going all out. However, how could those who could reach this level be easy to deal with? Even though his entire body was covered in injuries, there was no way he could kill 10 half-immortal emperors. These creatures were all extremely terrifying. Moreover, even if the Tao ancestors didn't have the qualifications to borrow the mysterious plateau to revive, it was still too difficult for cultivators of the same level to kill Tao ancestors. They needed time to refine them, slowly grind them to death. The rotten corpse smashed several Tao ancestors to pieces, but he couldn't kill them. A furious roar sounded. A sacred ape that towered between heaven and earth leapt out. When he saw the people around him continuously die, he roared out in anger. The metal club in his hands pierced through heaven and earth, sweeping towards the strange creatures. The past sacred prince, today's sacred emperor of the battle's sacred ape race, was Ye's sworn brother. His strength was extremely great, fighting bloody battles in all directions, continuously killing 3 Tao ancestors. He roared through the battlefield, his bravery unstoppable. However, there were also creatures at the same level among the enemies, quickly stopping him. An intense, great battle erupted. Moreover, it wasn't just a single person. Several half-immortal emperors slaughtered their way over. The sacred emperor roared out, his entire body covered in golden fur. He towered into the clouds, devouring the sun and moon, grasping the stars. Even though he was bleeding when he brandished the metal club, he was still valiant. When he sensed Heavenly Emperor Ye's gaze sweeping over from the bloody battle, the past sacred prince, today's sacred emperor roared out, "Brother, don't worry about me. Come, let's see which one of us can erase our opponents first." The sacred emperor released a great roar. However, he was surrounded by several powerful enemies, his body seriously injured to the point where it was about to split apart, injuring his foundation. However, he was unyielding, still fighting to the death. Pung! The metal club in his hands blasted apart the fourth opponent, a rain of blood pouring out. However, half of his body was also blasted apart, about to be destroyed. However, he still released a great roar, attacking the 9 heavens above, attacking the 9 underworlds below, weaving through this world. Chu Feng arrived silently. In the end, he still insisted on hurrying to the battlefield. However, the flower powder path woman covered him with hazy mist, few people able to see through his true body. He abided by the agreement he made with the flower powder path woman, not fighting crazily, instead only quickly moving through the battlefield, continuously collecting corpses, looking for opportunities to collect a few Tao ancestors, which were half-immortal emperors, into the time furnace, quietly carrying out the great cremation. What is going on? Did anyone from our side die in battle? Why are there 3 missing? Among the experts who are currently fighting against the heavenly horned ant, Pangbo, rotten corpse, sacred emperor, and others, not long afterwards, someone discovered something strange, feeling a wave of shock. Don't tell me that. Tao ancestor fire transformation came. On the other side, ancestral master Meng was extremely strong, unstoppable among Tao ancestors of the same level. He slaughtered his way in and out, the elder letting go of everything, not caring about his own body, slaughtering his way in and out. Capture him alive, suppress him. This is Huang's guide. He can also be considered his teacher. Let's hunt him down first. There was a half-immortal emperor who ordered the surrounding people to kill ancestral Master Meng together. In that instant, more than 10 Dao ancestors slaughtered their way over, surrounding ancestral Master Meng, making his body crack apart, one of his arms even more so hacked off by a long blade flickering with cold radiance. He was surrounded and attacked by a group of extremely terrifying enemies, his body swaying back and forth. Even though he defeated a few people, his divine bravery astonishing, he was still going to be suppressed. The elder's eyes widened in anger. How could he allow himself to fall into the enemy's hands? He directly wanted to self-destruct his body. Dong! Suddenly, heaven and earth shook intensely. A giant vermilion coffin moved through the air, and then it exploded. The Dao ancestors at Ancestral Master Meng's side were either covered in blood or covered in cracks, all of them seriously injured. The great vermilion coffin shattered. There was a small bronze coffin inside that directly opened. A figure rushed out from within, continuously brandishing his fists. In that instant, the surrounding Dao ancestors were all blasted apart. His terrifying power, ferocious and incomparably powerful, might truly left everyone in the surroundings intimidated. You? Huang. There was a half-immortal emperor who couldn't help but cry out. It isn't Huang, it's his own son. I never expected him to still be alive. Back then, he almost became an immortal emperor, but was personally killed by the ancestor. Huang was actually able to bring him back from the past, revive him. There were half-immortal emperors who were shocked, not daring to believe this. How terrifying was the ancestor's power? The one he personally killed could actually reappear? It could only be said that Huang was too heaven-defying. This was a pale-faced youngster who revived from the bronze coffin. He was valiant and unmatched, quickly slaughtering the surrounding Dao ancestors. Each time he brandished his fists, the people around him would explode. He was Huang's son, someone who had previously disappeared from the passage of time. Grandpa Great Elder. Huang's son supported Ancestral Master Meng, calling him this. Child, there are great problems with your body. You shouldn't have come out. Ancestral Master Meng's eyes carried hot tears, sighing for this youngster whose fate was full of misfortune. This was Huang's son, Fan. Huang wished for him to grow up peacefully, previously sealing him up for a period of time. After he swept through the blood and chaos, he was going to give him a peaceful, great world. However, things didn't turn out as he wished. Fan, heaven warping and matchless, he personally experienced the darkest great calamity when he was very young. He saw his own father enter the Dao ancestor realm, his cultivation realm not even stable, yet he had to face several peak half-immortal emperors. That day, Huang's blood flowed out, facing a life and death disaster, no one able to help him. Meanwhile, for the sake of his father's survival, this child directly used his own blood as a sacrifice for Huang, making his father stronger, killing several half-immortal emperors, while he himself died. Back then, this child left everyone shocked. He was so young, yet he decisively sacrificed himself, silently returning to the yellow earth. However, who was Huang? He looked down on endless generations. After he became strong enough, he naturally wanted to find his son, moreover used the three-world coffin's inner coffin to raise his body. This child's aptitude was unmatched, but his fate was indeed full of ups and downs. He rose up powerfully, about to become an immortal emperor, but he was harmed by the ancestor who fought against Huang. His Dao blocked, his body destroyed. After an endless amount of time passed, Fan was illuminated by Huang in that special bronze coffin, finally having hope of reviving. However, he came out ahead of time. It was clear that his condition wasn't quite right. His face was pale, body even a bit blurry, not truly alive. Ancestral Master Meng felt incomparable pain. He grabbed his hand, his voice even choking with emotion. This was originally a natural-born immortal emperor, destined to grow to the highest level, yet fate was just this unfair. I shouldn't have come. Ancestral Master Ming couldn't help but shed tears. Heaven and earth no longer exist. How can I continue living alone? The pale-faced fan said everything with a single sentence. Everyone was no longer here. The world's about to wither up. So how could he be willing to continue living? In reality, the ancestors wouldn't let the important heroes of the heavens go either. Those related to Huang, and you would all be deduced and killed. Kill him. He is actually Huang's son. It's Heavenly Emperor Huang's son. Let's take action together. Capture him first. There was a top-level half-immortal emperor who gave the order to capture the one who revived in the bronze coffin first. Fan turned around, using the bronze coffin as a shield, facing all enemies. Even though his face was pale, body indistinct, just a single look was enough to intimidate many Dao ancestors. Back then, he didn't just enter the Dao ancestor realm, nor was he a top half-immortal emperor, but rather truly advanced to the extreme, almost leaping into the immortal emperor realm. However, in that instant, there was an ancestor who personally interfered, striking him down, moreover ruthlessly and cruelly killing him, blood dyeing the great earth red. Fan took action. A snow-white long blade tore through heaven and earth, sweeping outwards, cutting a group of people at the waist. He wasn't a true immortal emperor, but he wasn't that far off, exceeding the Dao ancestor level. Pu. Blood radiance splashed in all directions. Many people exploded. Even more so, two half-immortal emperors directly died, never to appear again. Kill. There is no need to fear him. Even if we die in battle, in the future, the ancestors will bring us back. Someone shouted. In reality, there were immeasurable existences in the vile earth as well. They weren't immortal emperors, but they were extremely powerful. Even though they couldn't compare to Fan, they weren't far off. In that instant, figures smashed into the great earth like comets from beyond the heavens, all of them slaughtering their way towards Fan. Meanwhile, Fan's body really did have great problems. His flesh was extremely blurry, especially after he took action, becoming more and more unstable, his face pale. Who dares bully my nephew? In the distance, the battlefield erupted. The strange creatures that surrounded him all exploded. The opponents even further away also overturned. A male rose into the air, slaughtering his way over. His eyes were extremely terrifying. He first closed them, and then fiercely opened them. Two streaks of light tore through the void, directly piercing through some of the people surrounding Fan and Ancestor Ming, making them either explode or fall. Dual-pupiled individual. Sure, This was Huang's older cousin, as well as Huang's greatest life and death enemy. However, as the darkness chaos erupted, all grudges between him and Huang were set aside, even more so just like Fan, offering himself up as a blood sacrifice for Huang. Dual-pupiled individual, he knew his nephew's condition. He really couldn't fight anymore, not truly reviving yet. Older brother. In the distance, in another battlefield, someone roared out. There was a youngster who similarly fought a bloody battle, slaughtering his way over without any regard for anything. This was Fan's younger brother, Huang's youngest child. Now, he naturally also long grew up, currently killing Dao ancestors. Only everyone discovered that his condition wasn't that great either, similar to his older brother, his body a bit blurry and indistinct. Without a doubt, he also died in battle in the past. One could see just what Huang's bloodline experienced. If he grew up normally, given enough time, allowing his body to completely revive, his accomplishments might not necessarily be lower than Fan's. So what if I live? So what if I die? Fan roared out. Kill. At this moment, Huang's two children stood together with a dual-pupiled individual, rushing into the heavens together, sweeping through everything in their path, sweeping through the surrounding enemies. A similar battle was also happening in another direction. One of Yi Tianyi's children really was brave and unmatched, too powerful. He brought his own brothers and Ye's disciples, slaughtering their way through half-immortal emperors, the blood of enemies everywhere. Yi Yishui, Yi Tianyi's son, was born with an innate holy body Dao core, viewed as one of the human race's most powerful constitutions. However, in the end, after his Tao fruit was formed, he cut off this constitution himself, starting anew. He was still powerful beyond compare, his potential even more terrifying. If not for the vile earth, if not for the darkest blood and chaos descending, that great world buried, him dying together with the sacred prince and the other uncles, it would be hard to say just what level he would have reached. An emperor's child has appeared. In outer space, in a mortal emperor battlefield, the strange race's Lu Jin-level creature's eyes were filled with cold tears. He first stared at Fan, and then he looked at Yi Shui. "You dare!" Luo berated, taking action like lightning, locking down this opponent. She already saw that this opponent actually wanted to abandon her to kill Fan and Yi Shui, wishing to use this to disturb Huang and Yi in ancestral battlefield. In reality, it wasn't just a single immortal emperor who had this type of thought. The others also revealed incomparably cold, killing intent. Ho! When Darkness Immortal Emperor saw this, he released an angry roar, frantically attacking his opponent. Dang! The great bell rumbled, without beginning facing the immortal emperor head-on, blasting the other party's body until it exploded. The most terrifying was the Empress. Even though she was surrounded, she was still unmatched, shattering the two great immortal emperors in front of her. However, the 10 emperors took to the skies, surrounding the Empress, Darkness Immortal Emperor Luo, and without beginning. They had the advantage in numbers, and there was a mysterious plateau that could revive them. Otherwise, 2 of them would have long been killed by the Empress. Pooh! The Empress killed another immortal emperor. He borrowed the plateaus, helped to recover from the fear in his heart. Only when 3 immortal emperors were truly killed did the 10 emperors restrain themselves a bit, busying themselves with the great battle before them. In the unworldly world, Huang and Yi Tong's bloody battle became more and more intense. Emperor blood scattered out, the 2 great heavenly emperors' bodies covered in injuries, already breaking apart several times. "Huang Yi, it's about to end," Ancestral Lord shouted. Behind the 10th ancestor, a majestic plateau suddenly appeared, shaking the stability of the past, present, and future. It was as if all worlds were on the verge of collapse. All of the creatures felt as if they were going to be destroyed, no longer existing. A mysterious plateau suddenly appeared just like that, appearing behind the 10 ancestors, almost touching their bodies. At this moment, the ancestral lords' auras became even more terrifying. It was as if they became one with the entire plateau, about to break through the Tao sacrifice domain. Pooh! Pooh! When the ancestral lords took action again, Huang and Ye's bodies were covered in cracks, and then they turned into 2 blasts of bloody mist. No! In the distance, regardless of whether it was the immortal emperor battlefield or the heavenly horned ant, Pengbo, 9 Daos, and the others' battlefield, everyone saw this scene, their eyes feeling like they were going to split apart. They really wanted to die in their place, die in the place of the 2 heavenly emperors. Huang and Yi didn't die, condensing their figures from the bloody mist again. However, they were incredibly serious, staring at that plateau. Even though they were heavenly emperors, they still felt a bit powerless. As long as the plateau was here, they couldn't kill the ancestral lords. Meanwhile, right now, it was even providing the 10 ancestors with a bit more power. It really was impossible to deal with. What do we do? Who can help the 2 heavenly emperors? Brother, I want to fight shoulder to shoulder with you. However, my strength is too weak. In the distance, everyone released low roars of unwillingness. Clang! Chong! Suddenly, a deafening kung-chong sound rang out, endless lightning erupting. Dazzling sword radiance tore through the heavens and 10,000 realms. There was even more heavy, all-life source energy that descended, suppressing time along the way, crossing the sea of time, sweeping through everything in its path. Pooh! In that instant, 2 streaks of light tore through the sky, passing through the battlefield, covering 5 of the strange immortal emperors, moreover blasting them to pieces, blood dyeing the heavens red. There was a lightning pool, as well as a great cauldron. The lightning pool surged, lightning radiance released in millions and millions of streaks, as if the lightning tribulation that grasped the endless great cosmos was surging. Meanwhile, there was actually an unimaginable heavenly sword raised within the lightning pool. These were Huang's past weapons, the lightning pool and Huang's sword. On the other side was a great cauldron. It had 3 feet and 2 handles suppressing all Tao. It was cast from all types of source gold, moreover mixed with the essence of all life source energy, forging an unmatched cauldron. The weapons Huang and Yi lost for so many years appeared. However, Huang and Yi didn't feel joy. A feeling of great changes appeared, both of them feeling a bit of sadness. Huang put away the sword core in his hands. It actually turned into a sword scabbard. He stared at the lightning pool that wasn't too far away, as well as the resplendent sword radiance that rushed out from the desolate sword. Then, he looked towards the pool again. A woman slowly got up. Even though her appearance was exceptional, her past style exceptional, right now, she was extremely weak, her face even paler than an ordinary person's. Meanwhile, her body was indistinct to the point where it was almost transparent. She was Willow Deity. Back then, she died for Huang, slaughtering her way into the vile earth without any regard for anything, carrying Huang on her back, sending him away. However, in the end, Willow Deity herself died in the vile earth. This exceptional woman died back then, personally killed by the ancestor, leaving Huang extremely grieved for a long time. He used all methods, yet he couldn't revive her. It was because she died in that mysterious plateau, even more so because the ancestor personally took action. Only later on, when Huang's strength surpassed the ancestors, able to face 3 great ancestors alone, did he use his own lightning pool to make Willow Deity's indistinct figure appear. The lightning pool could control the great 1,000 worlds, all of the endless cosmos, heavenly tribulation. This made the ancestor feel great restraining fear. So how could the authority of heavenly tribulation fall to someone else? Otherwise, even if they had the chance to peer into the domain above the sacrificial Tao, could it be that they would have to carefully guard against Huang one day? Huang, in the past, didn't fear heavenly tribulation. In the end, he even found a lightning pool, personally plucking it, refining it into a Tao achieving weapon. In the following years, he roamed the worlds, the heavens, the endless cosmos. The lightning pool took a step further, merging with endless lightning, long evolving to an inconceivable level. Lightning represented destruction, also carrying the punishment of heaven and earth. However, it was accompanied by a strand of the most fundamental life force. Huang wanted to use this to bring out Willow Deity and save her. He succeeded, Willow Deity reappearing. However, back then, Willow Deity died in the mysterious plateau, that place filled with endless strange matter. Even though she was revived, there was still endless inauspicious matter that wrapped around her body. Even though there was lightning bombardment, there was still some strange matter that seeped out. That was why Huang placed his own incomparably murderous desolate sword in the lightning pool as well, absorbing the strange matter, completely erasing it with murderous force. On the side, there was actually a woman who stood up from within that great cauldron. She was elegant and otherworldly, bright and dazzling. Even though this was a place of life and death, great tribulation, she still carried a smile on her face. She was Yi Qingxian, Heavenly Emperor Ye's favorite descendant, as well as the descendant with the greatest potential. After she died, Yi remained silent for many years, not speaking to anyone. Today, she actually appeared as well. After being illuminated by Heavenly Emperor Yi for so many years, she was about to be revived. "I didn't want you to come." Huang spoke, his voice extremely overcast, his mood not all that great either. "However, you know that I had to come." Willow Deity's voice was gentle, extremely pleasant to listen to, but it also carried endless sadness. Willow Deity walked out from the lightning pool, looking at the pool and sword. "Go find your master. Only in his hands can you all display the unmatched brilliance you should have." "Grandfather, I am also going." Yi Qingxian smiled. She walked out from the all-life energy cauldron, looking towards Heavenly Emperor Yi. At the same time, she also looked towards Huang. When she thought of the past events, she seemed a bit embarrassed, giving Huang a bashful greeting. The sword and cauldron rang out, shaking up immeasurable great world, shaking up the world beyond this world. The lightning pool, desolate sword, and all-life energy cauldron all flew towards their owners. The ancestors couldn't stop them either. The weapons had long become like flesh and blood, inseparable from the two heavenly emperors, able to gather and scatter. Matchless power pervaded the air, expanding. After Willow Deity's body left the lightning pool, it became a bit faint. She didn't attack the ancestors because it was meaningless. With her current state, she couldn't kill the other party, nor could she seriously injure them. She looked towards Huang, nodding, carrying sadness and regret. In the end, she suddenly turned around, turning into a sky-shocking rainbow, piercing through the sun and moon. With a Hong noise, she dove into the 10 Emperors' battlefield. Between heaven and earth, a rain of blood scattered about. Emperor fall. Willow Deity herself took the initiative to transform into the Tao, burning, bringing along an immortal emperor from a strange race along with her, completely killing him. She used her own cultivation to activate and burn, together with the matchless lightning attached to the lightning pool, as well as the killing intent on Desolate Sword. She forcibly wiped out a supreme creature. Even that mysterious plateau couldn't revive him, completely dying. Huang was silent, feeling grief in his heart, but he already couldn't shed any tears. Yi Qingxian also turned into a sky-shocking rainbow, rushing into the distance. The intense sound of the great Tao collapsing transmitted over, shaking the world beyond this world. Yi Qingxian was also silent, clenching her fists tightly. The sword and cauldron rang out, Emperor fall injured. Huang and Yi would turn around, facing the 10 great ancestors and Gao Yuan. Chapter 1659. It was hard to calm down. In the distance, many people roared angrily, killing intent surging. They really wanted to scatter the endless ages, completely pierce through the mysterious plateau, wipe out the strangeness. The two women with brilliant styles died, just like that. In a daze, their final otherworldly figures appeared before their eyes. In the end, they resolutely turned around, turning into a scene of long rainbows crossing the sky, burning down the enemy. These two women with unmatched styles, their smiles brilliant like multicolored light. Yet in the end, they were so unyielding. In this boundless world, not even a speck of ashes remained. However, their final figures were forever engraved in the hearts of everyone who saw this scene, impossible to erase. At this time, the originally silent Huang and Yi both erupted, their roars shaking the world. The primal chaos outside the world completely exploded, even more terrifying than heaven and earth being opened. All things were destroyed, primal chaos burned, scattering. How could these two not feel pain? There was sorrow in their hearts, but they could only entrust it to the sword radiance and fist imprint in their hands, slaughtering their way forward. The 10 great ancestors became one, holding the wolf-tooth club dripping with blood, cold and emotionless. The plateau behind them seemed to be sticking to their bodies. Hong! The sword in Huang's hands was terrifying to the extreme. When it was activated, everything in its way was blasted apart. Even the plateau behind the ancestors rumbled, shaking intensely. Meanwhile, the 10 ancient coffins behind the ancestors even more so trembled, becoming indistinct, as if they were erased by the sword radiance. At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Huang displayed matchless and unmatched offensive power. The Huang sword erupted, sword radiance everywhere, the destructive aura crushing the sea of time, nothing able to stop it. With a pung sound, that terrifying and heavy wolf-tooth club was directly hacked apart by the Huang sword, and then it exploded. The black fragments all swept out in reverse, stabbing into the ancestors' bodies. Inauspicious blood splashed out, the boundless primal chaos ancient land destroyed. The sword radiance's power didn't decrease, instead becoming more and more powerful, continuing forward. Before the Huang sword arrived, its radiance already entered the ancestors' bodies. At the same time, Heavenly Emperor Ye's fist radiance condensed all life source energy, also smashing over together with the sword radiance, blasting the wolf-tooth club a step further apart, all of it stabbing into the ancestors' flesh. The 10 ancestors returned to one, becoming one person. They were originally extremely powerful, almost exceeding the Tao sacrifice domain. But now, Huang and Yi were full of sorrow, attacking with full force, yet their weapons were blasted apart. The ancestors' arms crossed, erupting with endless strange light. Inauspicious power surged, wishing to suppress the two great heavenly emperors. Puff! However, the desolate sword and emperor's fist forcefully crushed his two arms. This was the first time it was so strenuous after the ancestors returned to one. He revealed an expression of shock. Boom! The sword and cauldron resonated in unison. The desolate sword and the fist wrapped in the chi of all creation pierced into the body of the primogenitor, causing him to explode. The sky was covered in blood and broken bones everywhere. The inauspicious power collapsed and scattered. The two heavenly emperors' indestructible bodies rushed forward and continued to attack. 10 figures stumbled out and swiftly separated, intending to seriously guard against and attack the two great sky emperors. However, this time, they had lost the initiative and were defeated. For a moment, they were in a passive position. Crack! Above Huang's head, a lightning pool rose and fell. Endless lightning appeared, blasting through one of the ancestors in front of him, blasting him to pieces. Then, the moment Huang's celestial emperor's sword light swept out, the surrounding ancestors didn't dare to move forward. Huang summoned the lightning pool and collected the blood and bones that had just exploded. On the other side, Celestial Emperor Yi also took out a large cauldron. Boundless fist light blasted a primogenitor apart, and he put the primogenitor into the unparalleled myriad chi cauldron. He immediately began to refine it. Miserable cries sounded from Huang's lightning pool and Celestial Emperor Ye's all-creation energy cauldron. The two great primogenitors' recombined bodies couldn't resist, exploding again. Lightning radiance shot out in countless streaks. This was Huang's law pool from the past. It displayed endless great Tao profound mysteries, transforming and advancing to this step. It was immeasurable. The primogenitor tried to reform his body again and again, but he exploded again, turning into blood and bones that burned within. They were refined by Huang's source, continuously erased. On the other side, the all-creation energy surged, source energy crushing down. All spirits appeared, suppressing and erasing this primogenitor. The other primogenitors attacked, but after the desolate sword in Huang's hands hacked out, sword light erupted in endless streaks, powerful beyond compare. He clearly wanted to use the lightning pool to completely kill an ancestor. Celestial Emperor Yi also produced a fist imprint, smashing forward to resist the primogenitor. 2 of the 10 ancestors were gone. Even though the remaining people were quickly merging back into one, their strength was clearly inferior to before. Kill! In the distance, when everyone saw the 2 heavenly emperors display their might, wishing to suppress and kill the primogenitor, their morale immediately surging. They launched a full-scale counterattack, fighting a decisive battle against the enemies that covered the skies. After who knew how much time had passed, a pung noise sounded. A light noise sounded from the lightning pool. All of the blood and bones shattered, destroyed. Even the primogenitor's soul light broke down, completely disappearing. The lightning pool innately restrained inauspicious power. Not only was it the source of endless lightning, it was even more so a punishment that transcended the great Tao. With a pu sound, that primogenitor died, truly killed. What? On the other side, the expressions of the other primogenitors changed. their merged bodies becoming unstable, about to scatter. One of the primogenitors died. Heavenly Emperor Huang killed him. Someone roared out, shaking the skies, immediately raising the morale of the battlefield to the peak. The dual-pupiled Yi's entire body was covered in half-immortal emperor blood. When his eyes opened, heaven and earth were split apart. There was actually no one who could stop him, the enemies who dared stand in his way immediately becoming corpses. Even though Child of Huang's body had problems, wherever the long blade in his hands pointed, it really was unmatched, difficult for him to face his opponent. In everyone's eyes, this was the young heavenly Emperor Huang, valiant and unstoppable. In the distance, Yi Yishui was similarly valiant, sweeping through the enemies, slaughtering her way forward. At her side were Ye's disciples, the bald flower, as well as Pine Emperor, Yang Shi, and others, all of their strength terrifyingly great. When they moved together, they were like a tornado that could tear apart the great Tao of the heavens, tearing through everything, bathed in the blood of enemies, unleashing a great slaughter. Roar! Sacred Prince roared, towering between heaven and earth. The iron rod in his hands really wanted to smash apart time and space. Even though he was seriously injured, he was still valiantly slaughtering his enemies. In another direction, Ten-Crown King was worthy of his name. His aura devoured heaven and earth alone, sweeping through everything in his path, slaughtering his way until the surrounding Tao ancestors didn't dare approach. This was a man who could walk shoulder to shoulder with Huang in his youth, his strength too terrifying. In reality, if not for him dying along the way, recuperating in this world until now, only now could he be considered to have completely revived. He would definitely be able to ascend the path of an immortal emperor. Everyone slaughtered until this battlefield erupted, making even the strange clans shiver in fear. These people didn't hesitate to sacrifice their lives, wishing to take down everything indiscriminately. The most terrifying thing was that after the strange clan side broke apart, there were some people who still couldn't reappear. This made them shiver inwardly. Find him. Tao Ancestor Fire Transformation is most likely nearby. Someone released a low roar. Normally speaking, unless a peak Tao Ancestor personally killed someone who had just entered this domain, if they fought against half-immortal emperors of the same level, even if they fought for thousands to tens of thousands of years, it would still be extremely difficult to completely wipe out the other party. Go ask for help. My clan has countless experts on the plateau. All of our clansmen have to move out. Wipe out this world. Someone ordered. The eyes of the strange clan's peak half-immortal emperors also became red from slaughter. They had many people, originally 2 to 3 times the enemies, yet in the end, they still suffered greatly, about to be defeated. This was simply impossible for them to accept, a great humiliation. Something even more shocking happened. Another primogenitor fell. They didn't even need to think about it. It was definitely Heavenly Emperor Yi who killed the primogenitor with the all-life source energy cauldron. Heavenly Emperor Yi is unmatched. Someone roared out. Between heaven and earth, a strange rain of blood scattered down, shocking everyone. Empress, Darkness Immortal Emperor, Luo, and without beginning also had enemies explode, their true bodies killed. Unfortunately, they used the plateau to revive. Suddenly, a cold voice rang through the world, ringing through all of the great cosmos. Every single creature heard it. This was the primogenitor's low voice. Huang Yi, your methods are impressive. Even the 10 ancestors came out, backed by the ancestral land. Yet you all still killed 2 of our true bodies. The primogenitor's voice was extremely cold, making one's blood run cold. This type of battle accomplishment left everyone sighing in admiration and shock. However, no one cheered, all of them having a bad feeling. Sure enough, the 2 primogenitors who were killed by Huang and Yi just now appeared again, walking over from the plateau step by step. In that instant, the heavens became quiet, everyone feeling despair. The 10 great primogenitors all came out, difficult to face to begin with. One had to understand that when Huang faced the three great primogenitors back then, he already paid a great price. Now, the 10 ancestors had an even more inauspicious source of power, the mysterious plateau's support. How were they even supposed to fight? This was a decisive battle without any hope. Even if Huang and Yi died in battle, would they still not be able to bring away a single enemy? Countless people felt dejected, their moods downcast. The morale that erupted just now all declined. This was just too depressing of a scene. There wasn't the slightest chance of victory. It was to the extent where it was difficult to kill a primogenitor, even with mutual destruction. On the heavens side, many people's hopes turned to dust. This was just too great of a mental blow, making everyone's minds hazy, unable to see a trace of light. They didn't want to see Heavenly Emperor Huang and Heavenly Emperor Yi die, unable to accept this. They also couldn't bear to see them bleed to death, still unable to kill their opponents. While everyone was feeling extremely dejected, their fighting spirit waning, Huang and Yi spoke. All methods have been tried. How do we kill the primogenitors? We can only leave behind this much experience for later generations. Now, I'm going to leave, bring away the malicious ghost who had previously faced me. Heavenly Emperor Huang spoke. His simple and direct words left everyone shocked. Just now, he had always been deducing, fighting a bloody battle against the primogenitors. Was this all to leave behind some experience for later generations? And now he was going to leave. Everyone trembled inwardly, feeling something. Many people wanted to shout out, wanting to make Heavenly Emperor Huang stay. There will be a day when those who come later will reach this place, become even stronger, sweep through the vile earth. Heavenly Emperor Yi said. It was clear that they were going to use their final methods, most likely throwing their lives away, killing the malicious ghost. From then on, there would be no more Huang and Yi in this world. We came, fought, have no regrets. The two spoke. They gave their past old friends one last look and then turned around. Sword Cauldron and Cauldron rang out together. The 10 ancestors were incredibly vigilant. Huang and Yi in this type of state, as well as these words, really made them shiver inwardly. However, they believed that with Gao Yuan behind them, they were unmatched, undying. Even if there was no Gao Yuan, from the perspective of absolute strength, they believed that their overall strength was still higher than the two heavenly emperors. In that dream, who was that indistinct figure at the end? Why can't we be sure even now? It is rather strange. Could it be that he will slaughter his way over in a bit? A primogenitor felt a chill run down his back. They repeatedly deduced, only vaguely feeling that that person seemed to be in this world, even nearby the battlefield, but they just couldn't be sure. Theoretically speaking, as long as there was someone who could threaten their lives, they could all be deduced. If Chu Feng knew about this, he would definitely be covered in tears. Your little grandpa, Chu, didn't even have the qualifications to be deduced like this? A strand of dark mist lingered in the dream, covering all worlds, changing our fates. Was it also this strand of dark mist that spread out, making it difficult for our deductions to be completed? A primogenitor said to himself, his expression extremely serious. Huang, Yi, I don't know where your confidence comes from, but I want to tell you that with the wasteland behind us, we are unmatched throughout the ages, and we will also be unmatched in the future. No one can kill us. Even if your lightning pools, cauldrons, and swords have all been deduced by us, as well as your relatives and friends, as long as you have the potential to reach the end of the road, they will all be revealed in heaven's mysteries. After today, you will all be killed. Now, we will send you all on your way first. The primogenitor also left behind fierce words, going to use all of his methods to kill Huang and Yi. In the distance, the Empress blasted apart an immortal emperor with a Hong sound. It was clear that even the always cold and aloof Empress was furious right now. Killing one is already breaking even. Killing two is already a profit. Exchanging source for source. Even if we die, we will drag them down with us. The evolvers of the heavens were all furious, roaring out. The primogenitor's intimidation, This type of domineering and unrestrained words made everyone feel stifled, anger burning into the heavens. The primogenitor's battlefield still hadn't completely erupted, but the other battlefields already directly erupted with killing. Chu Feng was naturally here as well, completely throwing caution to the wind. Right now, he was like a brick, moving wherever he was needed. As long as a Dao ancestor was blasted apart, he would rush over, displaying his cremation methods to the limit. At this point, how could he still care about the agreement he made with the Pollen Path girl? He didn't keep a low profile, instead recklessly carrying out the great cremation. It was clear that not only did the strange races sense this, even the heavenly horned ant, Sacred Prince, Nine Daos, Pang Bo, and the others sensed this as well. It was because whenever they killed an enemy, there were some enemies that didn't appear again, greatly reducing the pressure on them. This also signified that the strange races were horrified, the pressure starting to increase. Fire transformation, Dao ancestor has come. Find him for me. Who knows? The furnace in his hands might be one of the clues my clan needs to find. An extreme immortal emperor ordered. Chu Feng slaughtered his way in and out, continuously burning ruined limbs and the shattered soul light of Dao ancestors. His entire body was surrounded by a strand of dark mist, dancing between life and death, moving through the enemies. The slightest bit of carelessness, and he would be locked onto, killed. Once a fire transformation, Dao ancestor like him, who was hated to the extreme, was surrounded, they definitely wouldn't let him go. The strange ancestors wouldn't stop until they flayed him alive. And, suddenly, he discovered that an elder was extremely strange. It was because this wasn't the first time they met, appearing in various battlefields, continuously muttering. His strength wasn't that great, but he still didn't die, his luck simply off the charts. Chu Feng stared carefully, clearly seeing a snow-white long blade hack towards the elder. In the end, the Sacred Prince just happened to rush over, a rod strike smashing apart the blade-wielding Dao ancestor. There were also a few times when the old man's life seemed to be in danger, but accidents always happened. That old man seemed to be entangled with great luck. Chu Feng stared at him, listening carefully, capturing what he was muttering. All things should be harmonious. Fellow Taoist, please have mercy. All things should be harmonious. He only muttered a few words, simply a sh*t stir, with no combat power, hiding from everything. But the result was that he didn't die. Chu Feng felt a terrible and oppressive aura, and he knew that most likely someone was using a great divine ability to search for him. Then, without saying a word, he rushed towards that strange old man. He carried the old man on his back, wanting to borrow the old man's great luck to help himself. In the end, he didn't feel the good luck he should have. On the contrary, he was found just as he was carrying this strange old man on his back. "Are you the fire transformation Dao ancestor?" Someone shouted, directly attacking. "No, you've got the wrong person. My name is Sure Fan." Chu Feng casually said an alias he had used in the lesser netherworld. Then, the group of people who were fighting a bloody battle with the desolate child suddenly turned around. After seeing him, without saying a word, they immediately separated a portion of their people and chased after him. What was going on? Chu Feng didn't understand. Why did those people come for him when he said this name? "Wrong. My name is Yi Hao." Chu Feng roared again, saying another alias he had used before. In the end, in another direction, the strange Dao ancestors were fighting with the Yi clan, directly separated a portion of their people, their eyes red with killing intent, and rushed over. Chu Feng's scalp suddenly went numb. What was going on? "I'm not changing my name. I'm actually Feng." Chu Feng roared. This time, the roar made everyone stop for a short while. Through the thin fog, they carefully stared at him. "Fellow Taoist, all things must be harmonious." The strange old man behind Chu Feng also shouted. Chu Feng hoped that the old man's great luck could add to his strength. But in the end, with a boom, apart from the previous experts, another large group of people rushed towards him. Chu Feng turned around and ran, his head swelling. He felt that something was wrong. "That's right, Look at his appearance. He looks very similar to Desolate and Yi. They are definitely related by blood. If it's not Sure Foam, then it's E-Foam. Someone shouted. At the same time, the decayed corpse, Dog Emperor, Sacred Prince, and the others also turned around and shouted in this direction. Quick, throw down that god of misfortune. Clearly, they were shouting at Chu Feng, telling him to throw down the strange old man on his back. The old man with heaven overflowing good fortune was a god of misfortune? Chu Feng was dumbfounded. He turned around and looked at the old man on his back. In the end, the old man was smiling at him with his yellow front teeth, saying, "Fellow Taoist, thank you." Then, he dissuaded the people around him, talking nonstop. Harmony is precious. The effect was obvious. In the blink of an eye, countless people charged towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng was simply speechless, hateful, and difficult to calm down. He really wanted to say, "What kind of person did I carry on my back?" Chapter 1660. For chapters merged into one, more than 12,000 characters. Chu Feng felt like he was plagued by bad luck. He was originally like an invisible person, quietly collecting corpses on the battlefield. But now, he was like a dazzling lighthouse, successfully drawing over large amounts of enemies. Without any hesitation, he decisively tossed the old man to a temporarily safe area, and then he began to break out alone. This was just a small interlude. The true decisive battle was still in the ancestral battlefield, its success or failure related to the final result. Huang, you two are quite arrogant, believing that you can bring us away even if you die. Laughable. Today, I'll let you all experience what it means to be unmatched. Sacrificing the great Tao, trampling on all Tao beneath our feet, isn't the same as returning to the primordial state, lacking endless profound, offensive methods. Come, I'm going to cut you all down. An ancestor shouted. This time, they didn't merge into one, instead shining together, interweaving with dazzling radiance. At the same time, the plateau behind them shook intensely, releasing an inauspicious great mist that surrounded them, resonating with the ancient coffins behind them. How long? Beams of light interweave between the ancestors, merging together. Even though the 10 of them were in different directions, their movements were the same, becoming one. It was as if a single person was taking action, their movements even more harmonious. The 10 great ancestors resonated with each other. The 10 of them seemed to form a mirror, and they were the 10 most dazzling symbols on the mirror. At this time, the 10 great ancestors all raised the weapons in their hands, all of them similarly pitch-black long blades. They were incomparably terrifying, hacking towards Huang and Yi in unison. The 10 individuals' backs were on the plateau, condensing into a mirror. The power was unimaginable. Blade radiance erupted, as if flames that surpassed the sacrificial Tao erupted from an ancient mirror. The past and present worlds were no longer continuous, completely breaking apart. Chi, the dazzling radiance, cut the past, present, and future into pieces, starting from the source of ancient history, starting from the foundation of the present world. Huang Yu was going to be completely wiped out. Heavenly Emperor Huang released a low roar. His body's might erupted. Right now, he relied on his unmatched flesh to surge with a sea of blood energy. It was as if great waves were beating against the heavens, sweeping through the past, present, and future. His blood energy was just too vigorous. Behind him, many figures appeared. They were all him, condensing into an even more majestic and boundless heavenly Emperor Huang. He towered in the world, overlooking all worlds. His blood energy was everywhere in the immeasurable great cosmos. Almost at the same time, Yi Tiandi's blood energy also surged, hiding the sky and covering the earth, connecting the upstream and downstream of time. A huge Taiji yin and yang diagram appeared behind him, covering the great thousand worlds. Yi Tiandi's black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were like cold lightning. His blood was dark red as he rushed towards the strange primogenitor in front of him with boundlessly terrifying might. The two heavenly emperors stood side by side, blood multicolored light illuminating the world. Just their vigorous blood energy alone filled up the fractured past and present space-time. It was everywhere, from the ancient past to the present world, bright red and brilliant as it suppressed the 10 great ancestors. At the same time, their thunder fist prints, their sword lights, and their myriad chi all rushed forward. The world outside the world erupted. A power that could shake the source of ancient history appeared, terrifying radiance that could affect the existence and stability of the present world appeared. Everything was going to be destroyed, all things returning to their origin. With a pung sound, the light beams connecting the 10 great ancestors broke apart. The long blades in their hands even more so shattered. Their bodies were covered in blood, looking more and more like malicious spirits. Meanwhile, the ancient mirror flames they condensed with their bodies that seemed to exceed the Tao's sacrificial domain were even more so collapsing. Only at this moment did the energy fluctuations that were about to destroy the great thousand worlds and immeasurable cosmos disappear, stopping. Huang and Yi weren't in a good state either. Their bodies were covered in cracks, close to exploding. After breaking through the primogenitor's methods, they didn't stop and quickly slaughtered their way forward. With a hong sound, the lightning pool resonated with the myriad chi cauldron. Half of the primogenitors disappeared on the spot, entering the lightning pool and the myriad chi cauldron. They were temporarily sealed inside, unable to come out. Huang and Yi gathered all of their strength and smashed forward, wishing to kill the primogenitors in front of them first. Terrifying runes, endless lightning, glaring sword light so resplendent that it could even be seen in the future, as well as fist light that illuminated ancient history. They were endless, pouring down in torrents, drowning out the primogenitors in front. Moreover, the 2 great heavenly emperors locked onto their targets, each focusing on one person. They wanted to focus all of their strength on erasing the opponent from the source, trying to make Gao Yuan unable to revive them. It was because in all sorts of attempts, based on their experience, they felt that when their offensive power continuously erupted, reaching an inconceivable extreme, they might be able to truly eliminate the primogenitors. Punk. In the end, in front of Huang's sword light, a primogenitor turned into a bloody mist, dying on the spot. Huang endured the attacks of the other primogenitors, enveloping that area with sword light. He was still continuously pouring out killing power, wanting to break Gao Yuan's legend, thoroughly obliterate him. Boundless might surged, striking all things their back to their primordial state. After the creation of the world, there was great prosperity, and then it headed towards great destruction. In that instant, it was as if countless eras had passed. Puff. On the other side, Heavenly Emperor Yi also urged his ultimate might, killing a primogenitor. His hands drew out an indescribable trajectory, covering that place, continuously attacking, wanting to break the eternity, make the primogenitors fall into eternal silence. Unfortunately, in the end, they still fell short of success at the last step. After the 2 great primogenitors were killed, they eventually revived on Gao Yuan again, walking out. Their expressions were ugly. If not for Gao Yuan, they would really have completely died from the source. One had to know that it was hard to exterminate even the end of the road, let alone the primogenitors. At this level, they were practically impossible to kill. But just now they were indeed killed. However, when these 2 people walked out from Gao Yuan, regardless of whether it was Huang, Yi, or the other primogenitors, they all saw the abnormality. The 2 were a little weaker. Huang and Yi were also covered in cracks, receiving rather severe injuries. There are bound to be primogenitors falling today. Huang said, "Can you all deduce how many primogenitors will die?" Ye's gaze was intimidating, staring at all of the primogenitors. The primogenitors' expressions were extremely cold. One of them said, "You all are still destined to fail, unable to kill us. Even if our vitality is greatly damaged after this battle, we'll just return to Gao Yuan to recuperate for a period of time." Another primogenitor even more coldly looked at Huang and Yi, saying, "Huang, I know that as long as your lightning pool isn't destroyed, you still have the thought of reviving that woman named Willow deity. Today, after erasing you, we will completely destroy the lightning pool. Let you die with regrets. Also, back then, apart from reviving Yi Qingxian in the cauldron, you also prepared another path for her, am I right? In the past, Yi Qingxian built a bridge between you and Huang. The two of you did everything you could to protect her, leaving behind a drop of her blood in the long river of history. In the end, that drop of blood was cast into a certain descendant's bloodline, hoping for her to awaken one day. However, you are destined to be disappointed. Our gazes have already crossed time and space, seeing the scene of the future. She is precisely in the distant battlefield. Today, she will be killed. A great battle erupted again. The two heavenly emperors didn't have much to say. These types of words couldn't disturb their state of mind. However, at the crucial moment, a terrifying great roar sounded from the lightning pool and all life source energy cauldron, shaking intensely, simply about to destroy these two weapons. In the end, everything became quiet. The primogenitors who were sealed inside would rather commit suicide once than waste any more time to resist inside. They directly died, and then were revived by the mysterious Gao Yuan. Even though there was a lightning pool and cauldron between them, the Gao Yuan could still do this. These primogenitors were extremely decisive, vicious to their enemies, vicious to themselves as well, actually not hesitating to sacrifice themselves like this, all for the sake of killing Huang and Yi ahead of time, not willing to waste any more time, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Huang and Ye's situation became even more worrisome, the most miserable great battle reaching its climax. In the distance, everyone felt suffocated. Right now, they couldn't even face that direction. Even if there was endless time and space separating them, that place far beyond the world, no one could sense it. There was only light and blood that surged, illuminating the heavens of all great cosmos, dark red expanse. It was a ghastly sight. Was that the blood of two heavenly emperors? Many people couldn't help but want to shed tears. Those were but the unmatched heavenly Emperor Huang and heavenly Emperor Yi. Yet their situation today was actually this difficult. They were about to fall. It was difficult for them to even bring an enemy away. Heavenly Emperor Huang, heavenly Emperor Yi, many people were calling out inwardly, finding it hard to accept this type of result. When those two were mentioned, it was a synonym for unmatched. How could they meet such a miserable end today? Even the resplendent brilliance was about to be covered by the strange great mist, unable to release the brilliance that belonged to them. It made one feel sad, their hearts aching. Everyone felt incredibly sour and uncomfortable. However, what could they do? They couldn't help at all, to the extent where they couldn't even walk into that battlefield. In the Tao Ancestor battlefield, the heavenly horned ant roared angrily. Their clan's flesh was extremely powerful, not many clans able to compare to them. However now, his body was turning into bloody mist inch by inch, his flesh gradually breaking apart, about to completely explode. There was a strange Tao ancestor who brought over a path limit level weapon from Vile Earth. This was a rusty ancient sword mace. It was fiercely brandished, crushing the heavenly horned ant's flesh until it exploded inch by inch. He who shocked the world with his body couldn't stop an immortal emperor weapon, his body breaking apart piece by piece. He was about to die soon, completely disappear from this world. Huang is right there. Call out, have him help you. The Tao ancestor who came with the emperor weapon said with a cold voice, wishing to force the heavenly horned ant to disturb Huang's mood. The heavenly horned ant allowed his flesh to be destroyed, his mouth tightly shut, not saying a word. He allowed his body to explode into bloody mist inch by inch, but he still didn't say a word, not opening his mouth. How could he let his own brother feel such pain? He would rather die than disturb the current Huang. He only said to himself inwardly, Huang, my brother, I have followed you since I was young. After all these years have passed, I am extremely tired, truly unable to keep up with your footsteps. My good brother, I hope that you can live. You have to protect yourself. I don't want you to die in battle. I am going goodbye. With a pu sound, the heavenly horned ant's flesh collapsed, soul light extinguished, completely turning into ashes. From start to finish, he didn't release the slightest bit of sound, not transmitting the slightest bit of divine will. He only gave Huang's battle direction one last look. He didn't want to disturb his closest brother. Heavenly horned ant, you stubborn child. When Patriarch Meng saw this scene, he felt incomparable pain. Even though he hurried over with everything he had, it was already too late. When he reached out his hands, he only received the last bit of ashes that fluttered down. He was shocked, furious, and grieved. When he saw the scene of the heavenly horned ant dying without saying a word, he felt as if a blade was twisting in his heart. Old tears couldn't help but tumble down. Uncle Heavenly Horned Ant, Huang's child roared out in grief. Even though his body was becoming more and more indistinct, he still slaughtered his way over without any regard for anything else. He really wanted to immediately kill that strange race's Tao ancestor. Heavenly Horned Ant. Many people cried out in grief, suppressing their voices, not roaring out. However, it made others feel more and more pain for that dead figure. How could Huang not feel anything? When he turned around, he even more so discovered the quiet words the heavenly horned ant spoke before he died. His eyes carried endless pain. The sword radiance in his hands erupted, the extremely resplendent light illuminating all great eras, hacking through all tangible things. He slaughtered his way forward with a lightning pool. Huang walked forward with large steps. With a hong noise, the world outside the world exploded, a rain of blood flying everywhere. In Immortal Emperor battlefield, the Empress, Luo, Immortal Emperor Black Darkness, and without beginning all did everything they could, almost going crazy, fighting a bitter bloody battle against the remaining 9 emperors. They slaughtered until they went mad. However, the mysterious plateau continuously revived the immortal emperors who died in battle. The strange creatures at the end of the road also went crazy. When they discovered that these people were hard to kill, they didn't hesitate to pay the price, destroying everything indiscriminately, fighting bloodily against the 4 great immortal emperors. In the end, Luo, who was originally pale-faced, her foundation unstable, almost dying in the battle of high heavens, was seriously injured again and again. Her foundation gradually collapsed, continuously being erased, about to die as an emperor. The empress slaughtered until her anger surged. She killed immortal emperors many times, but she still couldn't change Luo's fate. The mysterious plateau could continuously revive strange, immortal emperors. They first locked onto Luo, insisting on using their foundation to bury her. Kill. The various battlefields were incredibly bitter, a rain of blood flying everywhere. The slaughter had already reached its final moments. The backing of the creatures in vile earth was too deep. After endless years, it was unknown just how many great worlds had been destroyed. Each great era would hold a great ceremony. From the past until now, it was unknown just how many miserable emperor falls had happened, so they naturally obtained more than a single immortal emperor-level weapon. Now, there were broken emperor weapons on the battlefield, as well as complete emperor weapons belonging to the strange races. Several of them appeared, suppressing the Tao ancestors of the various worlds. It was incredibly bitter. Goodbye. We will meet again in the next life. Pang Bo exploded. A supreme Tao ancestor targeted him, blasting him apart. Even though he had entered the Tao ancestor realm, compared to these peak existences who were infinitely close to immortal emperors, he was still far inferior. At the same great realm, if the disparity in strength was too great, they would naturally be completely obliterated and killed by peak experts. Amidst the scattering of blood and bones, Pang Bo's blurry figure appeared. He tried his best to reform his body, but his opponent didn't give him the chance. A bright red hand pressed down fiercely, obliterating his strength and making him dim. In the final moment, Pang Bo turned around with great difficulty, doing his best to see where Yi Fan was fighting. That was his closest brother. Because of an accident, they were brought away by 9 dragons pulling a coffin. They entered the starry sky together, and cultivated together. In order to keep up with his good brother, Yi, he didn't hesitate to chew on the undying heavenly emperor's coffin. In the following years, he was also resolute and persistent. With Ye's guidance, he paid an unimaginable price to reach this day. Yi goodbye. With a pu sound, Pangbo's final faint soul shadow also exploded. The rain of light that filled the sky scattered, leaving nothing behind. Even in a life and death battle, Yi Tiandi's body also trembled. There was sadness in his eyes, reflecting Pangbo's figure. That was a brother who went through life and death with him, the only living friend from his hometown. He traveled with him when he was young, but now he also died, forever disappearing. Uncle Pangbo, Yi Ishui roared. He knew how precious the friendship between this uncle and father was. They traveled together for many years, yet today, blood splashed through the sky, never to be seen again. How could he not be heartbroken? Yi Ishui's hair stood up in anger, carrying grief and sorrow. He vowed to kill that Dao ancestor and get revenge for Pangbo. Kill. The battlefield erupted with activity, everyone fighting with their lives on the line. Peng, that strange old man, the god of misfortune, when faced with the emperor weapon's sweep, didn't evade, releasing a final sigh. I originally died. The grass on my grave is already 3 zhang tall. Someone was nostalgic and had the heavenly emperor reveal me to guard the gates of celestial court. It is time for me to leave in this world. Everyone goodbye. The strange old man collapsed, becoming completely silent. At this moment, countless people's eyes were red from killing. They didn't fear death. No one cherished their lives. Chu Feng's eyes were sore. In this bitter atmosphere, he couldn't endure it anymore, forgetting everything else. He carried the stone zither and time furnace, continuously attacking. Even though he wasn't strong enough, even if he died, he still had to use up all of his strength. In a short period of time, he saw too many people die. There were old soldiers of Celestial Court, old acquaintances from the past. His eyes were red as he said to the woman from the flower pollen path, "What exactly have you taken a fancy to by my side? Take it all, as long as it can kill the enemy. Is it a seed, a stone jar, or something else, or even my blood and soul? As long as it is useful, send it all into the battlefield. Give it to those who need it. Give it to Huang. Give it to Yi. Give it to the Empress. My strength isn't enough, but if it can be useful to them, it doesn't matter if I sacrifice it." None of them. You can't change anything. The woman from the flower pollen path sighed faintly. Even though Child of Wasteland's body was dim, he was unmatched on this battlefield. He didn't care about his body that was becoming more and more blurry, fighting intensely against the Dao ancestor who held the damaged Emperor weapon, wishing to get revenge for the heavenly horned ant. With a pu sound, blade radiance shone in tens of thousands of streaks. He hacked at his opponent with unmatched methods, completely eradicating the enemy. On the other side, the dual-pupiled He held a special bronze coffin, fighting an extremely powerful half-immortal emperor who slaughtered his way over, fighting an intense great battle. A hong sounded. In the end, the bronze coffin he held directly blasted the other party into a bloody paste, soul light exploding, directly erased. Yi Ishui also got revenge for Pangbo. However, their situation was extremely bad. Child of Wasteland, Yi Ishui, Yi, and the others couldn't seize the other party's emperor weapon. This was a weapon that had long been refined by the strange clans for endless years. It immediately escaped, landing in the hands of the enemy again. In that instant, shouts of war shook the heavens. Enemies poured endlessly from the vile earth, all of the strange creatures moving out, slaughtering their way over. There were just too many enemies. The evolvers of the heavens were extremely strong, but in the end, they were still exhausted. This was especially the case under the suppression of the Emperor weapon, feeling waves of powerlessness. Kill. The Emperor style was unmatched. Normally, she was aloof and otherworldly, could be said to be extremely cold, rarely opening her mouth. However, today, she was shouting murderously, her entire white clothes dyed in the blood of the enemy. When she saw the Emperor weapon appear from the vile earth, she wanted to backhand the Tao ancestor battlefield several times. However, the immortal Emperor on the other side directly spoke. If she moved, they would definitely be destroyed indiscriminately, destroying the heavens. Even though the Emperor weapon had been activated, we immortal emperors haven't entered the battlefield yet. Moreover, the strange race's path and level creatures also slaughtered until they went crazy, continuously destroying everything indiscriminately, targeting without beginning. After several times, the three of them surrounded him, exploding their swords together, wishing to send him to eternal death. Now, the Empress also felt powerless to reverse the situation. No matter how strong she was, when faced with an enemy who could revive after being killed, she still felt helpless. There was no solution to this situation. Even if I die, I will still bring an opponent with me. Without beginning spoke, wanting to send an immortal emperor to eternal death, truly die. Who would have thought that I would still fall in the end? Darkness immortal emperor sighed softly, long putting away his attitude of playing around with the world of mortals. Right now, his heart was heavy. He used up all of his strength, only wanting to truly kill an immortal emperor, not allowing him to revive again. In the Tao ancestors' battlefield, all living things collapsed from the slaughter. Everyone was covered in blood, roaring in despair, carrying out the most bitter, bloody struggle, vowing to bleed until the last drop of blood flowed. Ancestor Meng, someone cried out in grief. Ancestor Meng had died, killed by the Emperor weapon. Nine Daoi was inconsolable, leading some old brothers to attack with all their might, but only a rain of light streaked past their fingertips. In the end, the elder nodded towards them, leaving nothing behind. Ancestor Meng, child of desolation, roared. With a long blade in hand, he swept through everything before him, weaving through this world, slaughtering from the east to the west. Corpses of enemies continuously fell under his feet. It was unknown just how many enemies he had killed, completely wiping out their soul lights. For someone like him, who was once a heaven-warping hero who had almost leapt into the immortal Emperor realm, even though there was a great problem with his body, he was still like a fierce tiger, slaughtering a pack of wolves. However, as his entire body was dyed in blood, his body became increasingly faint. Half of his body gradually disappeared. He was going to transform into the heavens. In the end, he still hadn't completely revived. His flesh and blood body hadn't condensed yet. Emperor's son, many people cried out. Child of desolation attracted too many enemies. Countless people slaughtered their way towards him, especially when there were special level experts on the other side that were extremely close to immortal emperors. After all, they had accumulated for countless years, their backing deep and immeasurable. They weren't that much weaker than him. Several people began to attack him with full force. The emperor's son's body became faint, on the verge of completely disappearing. Whoever wants to kill my nephew will have to pass through me first. The dual-pupiled Shi released a great roar. In a most intense battle, the dual-pupiled Shi's eyes glared angrily. Heaven and earth were split apart, continuously burying the enemies around him within terrifying beams of light. However, there were just too many enemies. They were existences that were just like him, infinitely close to the immortal Emperor realm. They held Emperor weapons as they joined hands to suppress him. He had killed many opponents before, and now he was truly too tired. After killing two more powerful enemies, his furious dual pupil shattered, and bright red blood flowed out from his eye sockets, forming two lines of blood. It was a ghastly sight. It was a ghastly sight. He staggered backwards, and then he couldn't stand still anymore. The copper coffin in his hands was sent flying. He was truly exhausted, especially now that his dual pupils were destroyed. Uncle, Wasteland Child released a low roar, supporting Shi. Then, uncle and nephew rushed into the sky together, facing all of the enemies. Under the brilliant rain of light, the two of them killed three more enemies. Then, they themselves also scattered, turning into sky-covering light. Big brother, uncle, Huang's youngest child cried out. He slaughtered his way into the enemy group, but was quickly drowned out. Emperor's son. Countless people roared out, all of them slaughtering their way over. However, it was too late. They didn't have the ability to slaughter their way over. Every single person had many enemies at their side. Junior brother. There were people whose eyes carried tears of blood. These were the Crimson Dragon and Mu Qing, both of them Huang's disciples. They allowed blades to pierce through their bodies, slaughtering their way over to that battlefield. Their bodies were covered in great Dao injuries. They grabbed towards the sky, but they couldn't touch anything. There were just too many enemies. Wasteland's child was incredibly valiant, always helping people from all sides. The Crimson Dragon and Mu Qing couldn't keep up with his speed. Nine Daoi brought his old brothers, as well as the survivors of the 800 old soldiers, continuously slaughtering their way over, roaring angrily. Their eyes felt like they were going to split apart, tears of blood flowing down. However, they couldn't get close. In the end, even these old soldiers fell, blood splashing across the battlefield one after another, their figures disappearing from this world. I hate you all. I hate you all. The decayed corpse roared out. His entire body was covered in cracks, staggering about as he slaughtered his way through the enemies. He watched as Huang's son died, and then saw Nine Daoi fall. He hated himself for being too weak. Why couldn't he rush into the immortal Emperor domain? He wanted to kill all of his enemies, but he couldn't even get revenge for them. Powerful fluctuations continuously erupted. Yi Shui's body exploded several times, and then reformed again. He staggered about, almost unable to hold on anymore. He killed countless enemies, but his own source was also about to dry up. Even though Yi Tiandi's disciples were at his side, attacking together with him, they still couldn't stop the enemies that covered the sky. The divine body Yang, she had long died. Half of Little Pine's body turned into a rain of light, still fighting. The bald male Flower's body exploded again and again, but he continuously rushed towards his opponents, about to disappear. It wasn't just a single Emperor weapon that smashed down. Even someone as powerful as Yi Shui, who activated the special bronze coffin, was blasted until his entire body was covered in cracks, his body about to explode. His flesh was failing, slaughtering until his source was dried up. Kill. However, he didn't yield, still rushing up, using the bronze coffin to blast aside the Emperor weapons, tyrannically killing another powerful enemy. However, he really couldn't hold on anymore, falling down, his body breaking apart into pieces. Little Pine rushed into the sky, carrying Yi Shui's ruined body on his back, fighting a bloody battle against the enemies. He coughed out blood with each step, the remaining half of his body also starting to explode inch by inch. However, he didn't say a word, never letting Yi Shui go, wishing to send him away. It was just like back then. Yi Tiandi also had his lowest point, previously seriously injured and on the verge of death. Little Pine carried him, slaughtering his way out, fleeing. His own Dao source was pierced through, his Dao skills destroyed, turning into a squirrel body. Now, he carried Yi Shui on his back, protecting his teacher's bloodline. Just like back then, he did everything he could to protect the person on his back. Senior brother Little Pine, don't waste your energy. Yi Shui shook his head with difficulty, having Little Pine put him down, not continuing any further. He saw that with each step Little Pine took, his body was breaking apart, gradually disappearing, his heart feeling like it was being twisted by a knife. I only want you to continue living. Leave behind a bloodline for teacher. Little Pine said softly, his mouth full of bloody suds, a large portion of his body disappearing. Senior brother, we aren't leaving, just dying here, accompanying them, accompanying everyone. Yi Shui wanted to wipe away Little Pine's tears of blood. However, when he reached out his hand, he didn't even touch Little Pine. Little Pine actually evaporated into a rain of blood, only a streak of light appearing, reluctantly looking towards Yi Shui, and then looking towards Yi Tiandi's battle direction. Time seemed to be flowing in reverse. Little Pine's past reflected. He was originally an ordinary little squirrel, but he was brought by Yi Tiandi's side, stepping onto the path of cultivation, later on even becoming his disciple. In the end, Little Pine's figure returned to his childhood state, becoming an ignorant little squirrel. His large eyes were flawless, incomparably pure, and he laughed without a care in the world. Yi Tiandi's figure was reflected in his eyes. It was precisely that day that Yi Tiandi had taken him in after losing his parents, bringing him on the path of cultivation. Now, everything had come to an end. That incomparably pure and foolish little squirrel turned into a rain of light with a bang, forever disappearing from the world. Senior brother Little Pine, Yi Ishui wanted to protect the exploded rain of light, but in the end, he was powerless. He couldn't touch anything, and his hand stopped in an empty space. Junior brother, a figure covered in golden light, carrying endless sorrow, roared from the sky, his entire body covered in blood, shaking the mountains and rivers. He was Yi Tiandi's eldest disciple, Yi Tong, a sun body. Even though his source was about to disintegrate, he still emitted boundless flames. He looked at the enemies surrounding him, and then looked towards the place where Little Pine had turned into a rain of light. With a sorrowful howl, he rushed towards the enemy group. On this day, Yi Tong, who had the body of the sun, burst forth with an unparalleled radiance. Everything was destroyed. Even though he had the body of the sun, he himself was turned into ashes in the flames. The most dazzling sun in the world exploded. Senior brother, Yi Ishui, shouted loudly and also rushed into the sky. In the end, he killed an enemy, and then he also disappeared between heaven and earth. Ah, Illo! In the distance, the dog emperor howled with sorrow, pain, and even more boundless murderous intent. It turned into a giant black beast and madly rushed forward, wanting to approach the place where Yi Ishui, Little Pine, and the others had fallen. But in the end, its strength was insufficient, and its body continuously disintegrated. In the end, it fell into a pool of blood. This emperor is unwilling. It's hard to calm down. The dog emperor roared. Its final phantom appeared, and then it exploded between heaven and earth. In the distance, the silkworm emperor killed countless enemies. It rushed into the sky, and its cracked body emitted dazzling light. Its old skin split open, and a dazzling golden butterfly leapt out from within. It wanted to defy the heavens and break through to become an emperor. However, all the emperor weapons smashed over, all of them smashing into the body of the butterfly that rushed into the sky. That hazy, divine, undying butterfly that didn't complete its final leap still collapsed in the end, turning into blood, turning into light, taking away the lives of many strange creatures, scattering with the wind. Almost at the same time, Ten-Crowned King used his flesh as the soil, producing a world tree. It flourished within his flesh. This was his ultimate Tao fruit, condensed on the world tree, wishing to transcend. Emperor Light began to ripple, and then he reached the limit. Unfortunately, all of the Emperor weapons swept out again, making the world tree collapse. Ten-Crowned King's final Tao fruit turned into a resplendent flood, engulfing all of the enemies. Heaven and earth became brilliant, large amounts of enemies evaporating. Ten-Crowned King also became eternally silent. He was just like the Silkworm Emperor, still too rushed in the end. There was external interference, so he was destined to fail and perish. There weren't many people left who could fight on this battlefield. Intense Tao transformation fluctuations transmitted over. The golden-haired holy ape died. A metal rod pierced through the heavens. The past sacred prince, the current sacred emperor who would never yield, had his soul extinguished, but he still stood tall. This continued all the way until a gust of wind blew past. That metal rod turned to ashes, that indomitable body burned into light. He attacked the 9 heavens above, struck the 9 underworlds below, weaved through heaven and earth. In the end, his body and Tao disappeared, also scattering into this boundless world that was full of his legends. Why? We were so brilliant, yet in the end, we met our end like this. I can't accept this. This is strange and unfair. I have great wishes within me that I can't fulfill. My will hard to calm down. Those who were still alive all released great roars of despair, truly finding it hard to calm down. This type of roar of despair swept through the heavens, rushing into the river of time, crossing the great thousand cosmos, shaking up countless heaven and earth. In the wilderness, indistinct figures appeared one after another. These are the heroes of the ancient era who died in battle. However, they were just ruined spirits that appeared, so what? They couldn't change anything. They were all unwilling to accept this. Realm C, on the dam, a line of faint footprints appeared. They slowly walked over from the ancient era, appearing on this battlefield, all the way until a hazy figure appeared. He wore white clothes, white robes, extremely handsome and refined. He released a light sigh. I am nothing more than a half-immortal emperor, powerless to change anything by coming here, only able to do what I can. This was someone who disappeared. Because he had died for too long, even the light of a heavenly emperor was extremely difficult for him, only giving him hope of reviving. Today, his hazy figure walked over from the ancient Realm C dam. He completed one of his wishes amidst his brilliance. He passed through history and arrived in the future. Just as he wished, he saw prosperity, he witnessed brilliance. Even though it ended just like his era, he still saw hope. He could feel that his descendants were even stronger. He carried the blood of his enemies, completely scattering under the brilliance of the present, his figure forever silent. Many people died in battle. From then on, they disappeared from this world. They were like stars, like poems. Even though they died, blood dyeing the skies, they would still be resplendent in this world. Dang! A great bell sounded. Without beginning prepared to transform into the Tao, no matter what, he had to bring away an enemy, make the other party completely die, unable to revive. The Empress slaughtered until her hair was disheveled, almost going mad, completely different from her normal cold and otherworldly appearance. She didn't care about the consequences, exhausting her foundation. With a Hong noise, she killed an opponent, actually making him enter eternal silence, unable to revive. However, she herself also became much dimmer. Today, she didn't hesitate to pay the price, giving up everything, vowing to kill the enemy without returning. A mournful voice sounded on the battlefield. After 1,000 autumns, who will be able to write down the heroic spirit's achievements? I fear that after endless years, the autumn winds will sweep through 1,000 hills, only ruins left. The saints will be without a trace in this world, impossible to recall. The great battle continued endlessly. Dark red blood flowed, full of bitterness and despair, as well as a mournful aura. Those who died in battle felt sorrow, even more so unwillingness. However, as they died, everything also came to an end. Meanwhile, those who were still alive felt even more pain. Every single heroic spirit that died fell into their hearts. They experienced endless pain. No one felt more pain than Huang and Yi. Those old friends, those close friends, they had accompanied them when they were young. Yet now, they all died one after another. There was also their disciples, their children, all of them shed blood, heroically and tragically dying in battle, turning into light, turning into multicolored light, scattering between heaven and earth. How could they not feel great sorrow? For them, an entire era was buried, burying their past, as well as that gradually fading brilliance. Even at Huang and Ye's level, they still felt endless sorrow. What they chose wasn't the emotionless great Tao, not the cold path of evolution, even more so not throwing themselves into the ominous and strange. They even burned down the great Tao, even more so rejecting the ominous, always choosing those with flesh and blood. Every single old friend's death was like a blade that hacked into their hearts. They watched as their close friends, their children, their flesh and blood collapsed one after another, vanishing like smoke into thin air. Just how great of a grief was this? Even though they didn't die after 100 battles, their weary hearts were still riddled with holes, the pain seeping into their bones. However, they could only suppress it, remain silent, do everything they could to fight against the primogenitors. They couldn't even roar out, release a great roar. Huang, and you needed to maintain their calmness. Many years ago, they already no longer shed tears when they killed their enemies here. Even if there was sorrow in their hearts, they couldn't cry out. There was only that hot-bloodedness that remained, undying battle intent. They had great aspirations, hoping that there would be a day when they could flatten this land of disaster, sweep away all inauspiciousness. Huang, Yi, do you too regret stepping on this path? An ancestor asked coldly. Heavenly Emperor Huang and Heavenly Emperor Yi felt it beneath them to reply. Huang, Yi, not long ago, you two said that everything is over, that you won't probe anymore, that you won't give later generations any more experience, but that is merely deceiving us, trying to force us to use our final methods. You two are still enduring the great sorrow within your hearts, searching for our weaknesses for later generations. A primogenitor shouted, understanding Huang and Ye's objective. If there are later generations who bear witness to what we have seen, our final experiences will be hung on all things in the universe, engraved in the mountains, rivers, and stars, lingering in the endless ruins. There are chapters everywhere, everlasting and imperishable, just like what you have seen. Huang and Yi spoke, their voices surging, appearing in the world. The primogenitors were incomparably indifferent, remaining unmoved. They coldly said, only what is suitable for oneself is the strongest. What is left for others has never been cultivated to the peak. You and I both have our own paths and methods, all of us different. What we have seen today, the so-called experiences, are nothing more than bubbles, illusions, empty flowers. Everything will come to an end. Heavenly Emperor Huang and Heavenly Emperor Yi no longer said anything. Their bodies became sparkling and resplendent, blood energy surging with incomparable vigor, surging, suppressing the primal chaos ancient land. Above their heads, lightning radiance rumbled, all life source energy surging. The two of them walked forward, as if they were carrying a great world that was buried with them, moving forward together. Behind them, there were countless people, those who had previously existed, some familiar, some unfamiliar. There were heroes who died in the ancient era, as well as old friends who had just turned into blood and light, appearing in groups. The eras that disappeared, the great eras that were buried, all appeared, moving together with them. If they could win, then they could open up a new world and path of life for their descendants. The primogenitors also erupted, immediately throwing the world into chaos, making the countless people behind Huang and Yi grow dim. Great eras turned into worlds of blood one after another, ruins everywhere, corpses everywhere. Everything has long been buried. Today, the two of you will also be sent to the grave. The primogenitors roared out. Zheng, zheng, zheng. Sword radiance rushed into the heavens, ruling over endless ages. Hong long long. The great cauldron rumbled, illuminating the world. Heavenly Emperor Huang and Heavenly Emperor Yi walked forward together, endless power erupting to kill the enemy. The sword cauldron resonated, opening up the path for all life. Countless heroic spirits appeared, endless spiritual particles flying about, as if endless candle flames illuminated the darkness, accompanying the two heavenly emperors. Kill! The primogenitors roared. They felt a great pressure and fear. Embodiment transformation, transform the endless ages. Heavenly Emperor Huang roared out, his black hair scattering about, eyes releasing cold lightning. In that instant, the past, present, and future all broke apart, his figure appearing everywhere. In the Tao sacrificial domain, after the great Tao was burned down, only this was left. This was Heavenly Emperor Huang's most powerful extreme art, the true foundation of unmatched past, present, and future. Under the skies of every expanse of history, in every great era, in the world of every great era, Heavenly Emperor Huang's figure appeared. In the present world, in the future, there was similarly his resplendent figure, appearing everywhere. Embodiment transformation could transform all things, transform enemies, transform oneself, transform endless ages. The offensive power was matchless, endless space-time. Heavenly Emperor Huang was everywhere, attacking with full force. Huang, the primogenitor at the very front, was directly blasted apart by Heavenly Emperor Huang's sword light, obliterated by his fist light. Even the primogenitors at the back were disintegrating, also exploding. Embodiment transformation was unmatched throughout the ages, unparalleled in the world. After the primogenitor who bore the brunt of the attack was blasted apart, he wanted to borrow the power of the plateau, but he discovered to his horror that his body reappeared, but he was isolated from the ancestral land, continuously blasted apart by Heavenly Emperor Huang. Embodiment transformation, he transformed the endless ages, cutting down all opponents, shocking past and present, no one able to match him. Bang! That primogenitor released a roar of despair, doing everything he could to produce an indistinct figure, but he was still destroyed by Heavenly Emperor Huang's embodiment transformation. Even the plateau couldn't revive him. In that instant, even with the help of the other primogenitors, imparting him boundless might, he was still blasted apart again and again, blasted apart. Embodiment transformation was unparalleled in the world. Pooh! In the end, the light exploded. This primogenitor turned to ashes, dust filling the sky. Even his coffin exploded, completely disappearing with him. The other primogenitors fell back, turning around, but the plateau was deathly still. They really couldn't revive that person. There were primogenitors who were terrified, shocked. What kind of unrivaled method was this? It even made the mysterious plateau lose its effect. The primogenitors trembled inwardly. If Huang's method was unparalleled in a great one-on-one battle, he could kill any opponent. The inauspicious aura became chaotic. The primogenitors died, appearing in the world. Heavenly Emperor Huang. In the distant battlefield, those who were still alive roared, hot tears brimming in their eyes. They finally saw the unparalleled brilliance of Heavenly Emperor Huang in their hearts. Even the undying primogenitors were killed by him. Even Gao Yuan was powerless to do anything. The one and only Heavenly Emperor Huang, who looked down on all opponents throughout the ages, invincible from past to present and future. At this moment, the primogenitors' hearts pounded, trembling. They could actually be killed. How could they not feel fear? And, suddenly, they discovered to their horror that one person was still missing. Their pupils constricted. There was actually a primogenitor in Heavenly Emperor Ye's myriad source energy cauldron. When was he taken in? At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Yi turned into a yin-yang taiji diagram. Then his body turned into a leaf filled with natural markings, grinding past in the cauldron. The primogenitor in the cauldron continuously opened his mouth, as if he was shouting something. But in the end, he was annihilated again and again. Even his soul light was shattering, continuously extinguishing. Kill! The primogenitors at the back roared. They absolutely could not tolerate this anymore. Why did the primogenitors need to be afraid? They had to stop all of this, go all out, and kill these two people as soon as possible. Puff! Right at this time, a terrifying sound rang out. The primogenitor in that myriad source energy cauldron emitted one last burst of flame, like a candle that ran out of oil. In the end, with a flash, it completely dissipated. Even that coffin also exploded, returning to nothingness. What? Another primogenitor died. Even Gao Yuan was powerless to do anything. This scene was reflected in all the worlds in the world. Another one of the primogenitors was killed. Heavenly Emperor Yi. The faces of those who were still alive were covered in tears, finally waiting for this moment. They were incomparably excited, as if they had returned to those extraordinary years back then. One leaf covering the sky, sweeping through past, present, and future, the unrivaled and invincible Heavenly Emperor Yi. Roar. The primogenitors roared, shocked, fearful, and furious. They were undying, backed by Gao Yuan. In the past, they had also encountered extremely terrifying opponents, but they still couldn't kill the primogenitors. Their opponents were all wiped out by them. But today, the legend was wiped out. Even Gao Yuan couldn't stop those two. Two ancestors were actually killed. However, Heavenly Emperor Huang and Heavenly Emperor Yi also paid the price. Their bodies became indistinct, their bodies becoming faint. If not for Gao Yuan, killing a primogenitor, they could naturally do it. However, doing everything they could to resist Gao Yuan, not letting him revive after killing the primogenitor, completely obliterating him, that required even more terrifying power. The source consumption was simply unimaginable. He transformed into embodiment transformation. He transformed the ages. Heavenly Emperor Huang made his move again, his figure everywhere, able to transform everything. His unparalleled offensive power made even the primogenitors tremble in fear, all of them helpless. Puff! Blood light bloomed. A primogenitor was annihilated and reassembled, all the way until it became faint and transparent in the end. Another primogenitor was about to be killed by Heavenly Emperor Huang. It wouldn't be long. Apart from this, there was still another primogenitor currently being dragged into Heavenly Emperor Ye's myriad source energy cauldron. The situation was definitely not good. Kill. How could the primogenitors not resist? They killed until they went mad, all of them going crazy. If they didn't stop these two, something would happen to them. There wouldn't be a good end. Huang activated the lightning pool, smashing it out. It quickly enlarged, towering between heaven and earth. He transformed into all living things, stopping them. Puff! A moment later, under his embodiment transformation, that primogenitor who became indistinct still suffered a disaster in the end, collapsing together with his ancient coffin, disintegrating, turning to ashes. Meanwhile, Huang's body also became more and more indistinct. Miserable cries also sounded from within the myriad source energy cauldron. That primogenitor's voice gradually weakened, impossible to save. Kill. The final great battle was extremely bitter, incomparably terrifying. On this day, Heavenly Emperor Huang transformed into embodiment transformation, transformed the ages, yet he couldn't dissolve the great world sorrow. Countless heroes fell, inexhaustible death. On this day, a single leaf covered the sky, but it couldn't hide the desolation of the ages, couldn't hide, nor stop the figures of countless old friends who passed away. Boom! The lightning pool exploded, the myriad source energy cauldron shattering. Huang's sword also snapped. That day, Heavenly Emperor's blood rushed into the heavens, illuminating the world beyond the world, resplendent time, endless time and space. Under the bleak, bloody radiance, the two Heavenly Emperors' dazzling figures gradually became indistinct. The sword snapped, the cauldron shattered, dark red blood covering the ground. Heavenly Emperor Huang and Heavenly Emperor Yi perished, endless grief and sorrow appearing. They killed 5 primogenitors, not even the plateau, ancestral land, able to revive those people. No, those who were still alive cried out, inconsolable in grief. How could they accept this? They weren't willing to believe that the 2 heavenly emperors left. In the end, they were born in battle, died in battle. In the most terrifying great battle in history, they returned in the most dazzling brilliance. Heavenly Emperor Huang, Heavenly Emperor Yi. Those who were still alive cried out in grief. Many people shedding blood, unable to hold back the endless grief and sorrow within. In a daze, everyone vaguely saw the 2 heavenly emperors again in the rain of light that was about to scatter. Shattered cauldrons, broken swords, as well as the ghastly sight of blood burned, scattering, specks of light scattering about. Time seemed to be flowing in reverse. Those were the figures of the 2 heavenly emperors of the past. A youth walked out from the great wastelands. His path was full of joys and sorrows. There were times when his life was gloomy and dark, as well as times when he sang resplendently. However, he always had a lofty feeling that rushed into the heavens. A man travels the world. Where isn't his home? Where he dies, where he is buried, the green mountains under the heavens are the same. It was as if everyone once again heard the words of the young heavenly Emperor Huang, once again transmitted from that era. When everyone heard it, they were deeply moved, but also couldn't help but shed silent tears. Later on, he didn't die in 100 battles, tasted the splendor, tasted the darkness. When he faced his enemies, he had lofty sentiments and even more confidence. He calmly said, "Who claims to be unmatched? Who dares say they won't be defeated?" In this life, he killed until all enemies were terrified, never defeated. In the Reign of Light, Heavenly Emperor Ye's figure from the past also appeared. When he was young, before he stepped on the path of cultivation, he originally only wanted to live a peaceful life, but he was unexpectedly brought onto the ancient path of the starry skies, opening up a brilliance he didn't want to have. For this, he once exhausted all of his strength to cross the starry skies, all for the sake of returning to his homeland to see his parents again. However, what he waited for was that his parents were no longer there. His life was bleak and full of regret. From then on, he steeled his will and left his homeland, letting go of everything in the past. He returned to the Northern Dipper Burial Emperor Star and began to face the Forbidden Region. He didn't fear those terrifying great enemies, his spirit devouring mountains and rivers. He once said to himself, "I have a great wish to sweep away the darkness, wishing that there would be no more blood or chaos in this world." In that part of the cosmos, he did it. Later on, he entered even more terrifying worlds, facing the vile earth, resisting the source of inauspiciousness. His path was glorious, but it was also accompanied by countless regrets. He experienced the 100 states of life, tasting the great changes of endless ages. There was a period of time when blood flowed through the great earth, the flames of war reaching into the heavens. There weren't many people at Heavenly Emperor Ye's side. The celestial court troops that followed him all withered away, continuously encountering enemies. Even the Empress and Without Beginning who walked side by side with him were either separated or fell. Only he was left behind, his strength also exhausted, his foundation almost shattered. He grew old. White frost dyed his temples. Despite this being the case, his aura still devoured the ages, having no regrets in this life. He still wanted to sublimate and kill his enemies in the extreme brilliance. In the end, he did it. His blood energy revived, returning powerfully. He released a low roar, once again fighting a decisive battle against the ancestors at the end of the plateau. "I am the Heavenly Emperor. I will suppress and kill all enemies in this world." The words of Heavenly Emperor Yi when he was young seemed to have penetrated the vast skies of history, crossing endless years, reverberating through heaven and earth. At this time, many people wept, shedding tears. Those two people still turned into light in the end, turning into multicolored light. How they wished for those two imposing figures to remain, sword and cauldron resonating, illuminating the ages. However, the sword broke, the cauldron shattered, the Heavenly Emperor's blood already burned dry. In the gradually dimming rain of light, Heavenly Emperor Huang and Heavenly Emperor Ye's final figures left into the distance, disappearing, never to be seen again in this world. Who in this world could avoid death? Even the unrivaled heroes would have a day when they would wither away. However, there were some people who passed away. 10,000 years later, they would still illuminate the world like multicolored light, standing tall in the heavens like eternal stars, falling into the mortal world like magnificent mountains and rivers of imperishable poetry. End of this chapter. Chapter 1661. 3 chapters merged into one, more than 10,000 words. In the unworldly land, shattered lightning pools, exploded cauldrons, broken swords, almost dried up primal chaos, scenes of desolation everywhere, full of sorrow and bitterness. Several tall and oppressive shadows were silent, not moving for a long time. They were dim and indistinct, about to disappear at any time. Their bodies were covered in cracks, bloodstains all over. 5 people died. Not even the power at the end of the plateau could revive them. We never thought that one of us would be completely killed. The living ancestors were extremely weak, their foundations pierced many times, broken arms dripping blood, eye sockets in tatters, half of their faces gone. If not for the ancestral land, their fates would be hard to predict. Even with the plateau providing them with power, their bodies were still declining, soul flames dim, body and spirit riddled with holes. This battle destroyed some inherent unrivaled belief in their hearts. Not even the ancestral land could protect all of the ancestors, leaving them with lingering fear. I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate. Even though it was bitter, it still changed the terrifying conclusion that made even our dreams tremble. But in the end, 5 people still died. However, in that dream, there was still a blurry figure crying and laughing. So why didn't it appear all along? When they realized this problem, they felt a bit cold. They gave each other a look and then quickly disappeared, returning to the ancestral land to recuperate. If another person like Huang and Yi came, their current situation would be worrisome. Kill all of them. From today forth, apart from my clan, there will be no emperors in this world. The cold and emotionless voice of the ancestors sounded from the end of the plateau, ordering the strange races to massacre the evolvers who were still alive on the battlefield. The 5 ancestors stood at the end of the plateau, thick strange matter pervading the air, drowning them out. Where's the third person? Even though they were recovering their injured bodies, recovering their shattered foundations, they still couldn't let go of this matter. Perhaps that person still hadn't grown up? According to the deductions back then, that person might be nearby the battlefield, even fighting a bloody battle. Should we deduce it again? Soon after, they felt a wave of coldness. Only half of the ancestors remained. It became more and more strenuous under their joint efforts, already unable to find any more clues. What they saw before their eyes was an expanse of mist, already unable to see that person clearly. Pung! The plateau trembled violently. The 2 end-of-the-road creatures were killed, and only then did they revive again through the ancestral land. When they saw the primogenitors standing under the strange race's great Tao tree, they hurriedly bowed respectfully. The few primogenitors' faces were cold, and their gazes were intimidating. They could tell from these 2 that they were already fearful. They were afraid of the great empress and the crazed unbeginning, especially the empress who personally sent one of them to eternal silence, and even Gao Yuan was unable to revive. Moreover, this wasn't the first time she had done this. More than 100 years ago, the main sacrifice was also killed by the empress, causing him to die completely. The weakest of the current 10 emperors had only obtained primordial matter in the past 100 years or so and had just evolved to this level. Today, however, the willow deity's rainbow shocked the heavens, and the empress went berserk in her slaughter. Both of them had sent off a supreme creature at the end of the road. Only 8 out of the 10 emperors remained. How could the remaining people not be afraid? How could he not be afraid? A primogenitor's voice resounded through the world, saying, "Today, kill the empress and unbeginning. Those who perform bravely will have the chance to obtain the most precious primordial matter and have a chance to enter the primogenitor's domain." If not for the fact that the few primogenitors were very weak and couldn't confirm the third person in the dream, making them feel uneasy, they would have already killed their way over personally. They were very cautious, giving generous rewards and making the 8 emperors fight with all their might. Everyone was stunned. The most precious primordial matter? It could reach the primogenitor realm. Although obtaining it might not guarantee success, there was still a possibility. That would be a completely different brand new world. As an immortal emperor, who wouldn't desire it? The 8 emperors who were alive immediately went crazy, all of their auras surging. They were no longer afraid as they charged towards the empress and without beginning. In the past, the primogenitors had also revealed that if one of them died, they could choose a powerhouse from among the immortal emperors to replace him. However, the strange beings at the end of the road didn't really believe it. Today was different. Half of the primogenitors had died, so they might really choose one or two, or even three or four, to fill the void in the primogenitor's domain. What about me? The darkness immortal emperor was unconvinced. Was this discrimination against him? Was he not worth the strange creatures going all out to surround and kill him? When they heard him say this, even though they were fighting a bloody battle of life and death, those who were still alive were all a bit stunned. "Count him in. Do not let him go," the primogenitor said. Towards this immortal emperor who had previously been corroded by the primordial black blood, but ultimately freed himself from the darkness. Even the primogenitor had a deep impression of him. All half-immortal emperors, immortal kings, true immortals, and others, do everything you can to kill all those related to Huang and Yi. Do not leave a single person behind on that battlefield. When this task is completed, there will be primordial matter that can be used to advance to the end of the road. We will not be stingy. The primogenitor spoke again, boosting morale. In the Tao ancestor battlefield, all of the creatures from the vile earth immediately went crazy. Meanwhile, for the evolved beings of the heavens who were still alive, this was a disaster of destruction. "You should leave." Behind Chu Feng, the flower pollen path woman sighed lightly. Towards this type of ending where blood and death were everywhere, she was also powerless. Even though she was previously extremely powerful, she still completely died in the bloody battle against the primogenitor. If it wasn't for Heavenly Emperor Huang transforming the endless past, using a drop of blood to reverse the core of the Sea of Time and travel to that extremely bitter era, using heaven-defying methods to guide away a strand of her indistinct figure, there wouldn't be anything left of her. In that extremely ancient era, she fell at the limits of the plateau, suppressed by several ancient coffins. Then, she was even more so completely erased. It would be difficult for those of the later generations to succeed in revealing her. Right now, she could only borrow the stone container to help Chu Feng hide his aura. If the primogenitor's true body approached, she would inevitably be discovered. "I don't want to leave." Chu Feng's nose turned sour, the rims of his eyes completely red, feeling incomparably terrible inside. He really wanted to cry. So many people died in battle, from the heavenly horned ant to ancestral Master Meng, and then to Pang Bo, Dog Emperor, Nine Daoi, and the other old soldiers. There was even the dual-pupiled Shi Yi who rushed into the sky, his eyes shattering, 2 streaks of blood left behind on his face, exploding in midair together with the Imperial Prince. There was also the Silkworm Emperor and 10-Crown King who leapt out with everything they had, undergoing a transformation, rushing towards that immortal Emperor domain, but they were forcibly stopped by someone's Emperor weapon, struck down. It was too regretful. This was especially the case in the end when Heavenly Emperor Huang and Heavenly Emperor Yi died in battle. The sword and cauldron died in blood exploding, leaving Chu Feng deeply shaken. He really wanted to die in their place. There were so many people, scenes appearing one after another. It was so tragic. How could he not shed tears? It was too bitter. Chu Feng personally experienced these things, saw too much sorrow and blood. He did everything he could to attack through this world, collect the Tao ancestors who were blasted apart from the vile earth, refine them. However, there was always a limit to one's strength. There were several times when he was in desperate straits, slaughtering his way out with difficulty. The stone zither previously rang through the clouds, resisting the Emperor weapon. Chu Feng's entire body was covered in blood, cracks interweaving. In the end, if not for the flower pollen path woman forcefully bringing him away from the battlefield, he would have already died a long time ago. "Let me go." So many heroic spirits died in battle, blood splashing across the skies. If I can't do everything I can, kill a few more people, I won't be able to accept this. Chu Feng released a low roar, the corners of his eyes even splitting apart, dark red blood trickling down. "You won't be able to change anything even if you go. If you leave the battlefield, there might still be a chance in the future. Wait for the heavens to change." The flower pollen path woman firmly restricted him. Moreover, She calmly told him that she already did everything she could by interfering like this. If she tried anything else, not even the stone container would be able to hide his aura. I don't fear death. What I fear is regret in the future, wishing I could kill a few more enemies today. Chu Feng struggled intensely. I'll kill you in the future, the flower pollen path woman said calmly. However, Chu Feng feared that he might not have this type of opportunity in the future. There were a few half-immortal emperors scattered in the sky, the best chance to completely kill them. Aren't your expectations of me too high? I am not Heavenly Emperor Huang, nor am I Heavenly Emperor Yi. The only chance I can grasp is right now, Chu Feng said with sadness. He lowered his head, looking at his hands. His strength wasn't enough, so he could only do this. His true cultivation realm hadn't even touched upon the mortal-immortal domain yet. Being able to borrow power to kill Dao ancestors was already enough for him. Even those who died in the age of Emperor Collapse condensed war souls from the realm sea dam, coming here to kill the enemy. So how could Chu Feng not be moved? He also wanted to use all of his strength, kill as many as he could. Even if his final conclusion was like a moth flying into a flame, burning up the last drop of blood, he still didn't hesitate. It was because he still gave up everything in the end. Suddenly, the bell rang loudly, deafening the world rumbling. The beautiful blood was like the sunset glow filling the sky, also reflecting into everyone's hearts. Without beginning, he transformed into the Tao under the sky, using flesh and blood as a cage, his soul light as a flame, and the shattered emperor's bell as firewood, pulling his supreme being onto the path of silence. Nearby, the other immortal emperors of the strange race rushed forward, doing everything they could to save him. The empress was covered in blood, shooting out endless light. Countless brilliant flower petals danced in the air. Each one died in her blood, engulfing the heavens and earth with her, drowning those experts at the end of the road. She was dejected, sending without beginning off. How could she tolerate others blocking his path and breaking his final wish? Pu. Within the glaring bloodlight, the empress continuously attacked, killing until the inauspicious emperor's blood splashed everywhere, and her body also disintegrated. Several supreme beings that dared to attack in the surroundings were killed by her. Chi. Two streaks of sky-shocking rainbows shot out like two resplendent great stars in the abyss, smashing apart the darkness, illuminating the heavens. Those were two unfamiliar immortal emperor auras. They flew over ferociously from beyond the heavens, severing the great river of time. They were too fast, no one able to evade it all. I, the Butcher, will fight. I, Burial Lord, have appeared. They announced their names, devouring an immortal emperor that the empress blasted apart. The two worked together to kill that immortal emperor, burning his source, refining the highest being. Those who were still alive were greatly moved. In the distant past, in the camp that attacked Realm C together, apart from Heavenly Emperor Huang, these two were the most powerful. In the following years, they even more so ascended into the heavens, following Heavenly Emperor Huang, ultimately entering the domain of the highest creatures, becoming immortal emperors. However, as great eras changed, great sacrifices were held again and again. The people at Huang's side became fewer and fewer, almost all of them dying in battle. Even these two couldn't make it through, previously buried together with the entire great world. Huang, for the sake of illuminating that great world, had previously been weak for many eras, but in the end, he still saved those people. These two were also among them. However, even today, they still didn't completely recover to their peak, only able to wait for a chance to kill the enemy. Only now did they find a chance, directly transforming into the Tao, becoming undying fiery light, submerging the immortal emperor that the empress blasted apart. As a result, they transformed into the Tao without beginning, so unyielding, insisting on bringing an immortal emperor away even in death, sacrificing themselves for the Tao. This already made the immortal emperors of the strange races tremble inwardly, shiver inwardly. Now, these two seized the chance taking advantage of the chaos to arrive, extremely successful, suppressing another immortal emperor, burning his path ahead, erasing his source. The two of them weren't at their peak in the end. Being able to be illuminated by Huang was already not easy. That was why they worked together, only hoping to bring away one person, and that was enough. Kill. The Empress, who normally rarely opened her mouth, released the word kill again today, truly unleashing a great slaughter. Her head of fine black hair scattered down. She was like an unmatched war goddess in the immortal emperor domain, slaughtering until no one dared approach, making even the most powerful creatures of the strange creatures feel fear. Roar. Darkness immortal emperor roared out. He also decisively went all out, turning into light, covering an immortal emperor that exploded, erasing the other party's source. He even more so turned into a light body, devouring the other party in one gulp, using the soul as a sacrifice. Dang! A final bell sound rang out. Emperor without beginning dragged that opponent down with him, burning the sea of time, illuminating the world, bringing the strange, immortal emperor with him as he died. Gao Yuan couldn't revive that person. Miserable cries rang out. The Butcher and Burial Lord's joint efforts, shrouded in the Tao, struggled frantically, resisting. However, in the end, both sides gradually weakened. Fiery light surged between heaven and earth, and then it was extinguished. This old one finally found a chance at the final moment, slaughtering an immortal emperor. The Butcher laughed loudly, going mad. In the end, all traces of himself also completely disappeared. Great eras passed one after another. Today I will bury my body, Burial Lord said quietly. Even though he killed an immortal emperor, he didn't feel the slightest bit of joy. He did his best, and then he died forever. Darkness immortal emperor roared out, roaring angrily. I was also previously unmatched in the world, illuminating the mountains and rivers. Even though there were times of darkness, I still returned in the end. Today, I will behead all of you pigs and dogs. How long? Time was dazzling, time endless. Darkness, immortal emperor's body of light continuously rose, piercing heaven and earth. Then it suddenly broke apart, and then quickly compressed into a single point, ultimately exploding fiercely. He brought that opponent with him in death. He fulfilled his wish, fulfilled his oath. In that short instant, there was no longer without beginning in the world. Darkness immortal emperor also passed away. There was even the Butcher and Burial Lord's disappearance, for emperors withering away at the same time. Even though they brought an opponent with them, this type of bitterness, this type of tragedy, still made one tremble. However, even though they felt grief, they still couldn't say anything. Everyone was silent, their lips trembling, sending them off. During this period, at the limits of the strange plateau, the ancestors had their eyes closed the entire time, sitting on the ancient coffin, treating their injured bodies, recovering their source. Even though there were immortal emperors in the clan who died, they still remained unmoved. As long as they were still there, all of the glory could be reborn. The clans on the plateau could still dominate the world, no one able to match them. Heaven and earth were quiet, no sound. Even the Tao ancestor battlefield temporarily stopped fighting. Everyone looked towards the heavens. There was only the Empress left, while there were still 5 emperors on the other side. At this point, even though they had the plateau behind them, the strange clan's supreme creatures were still scared. The emperors on the other side brought away their people again and again, dying together with them. How could they not be terrified? Once they completely died, everything would become nothing. So what if they had primordial matter? It would lose all meaning. It was clear that the Empress was the most powerful, now truly unmatched in this domain. The final moment arrived. If she fought with everything she had, how many people would she bring with her? The 5 emperors were silent, none of them wishing to become the Empress' final sacrifice before her death. I'm the only one left. The Empress released a deep sigh. Even such a powerful and domineering woman still felt emotional fluctuations at this time. Sadness, loneliness. Her voice tore through endless time and space. In the ancient times, in the present world, in the future, it had previously sounded faintly. When she looked back, she dazzled the world, yet the scene before her eyes was so tragic. Then, she burst forth with the most resplendent brilliance. Her white clothes were stained with blood, and as an ominous aura pervaded the air, she was exceptional, transcendent, and incomparably powerful. Kill! The Empress shouted again, and this would be the last time. Even if she died in battle, turned into a rain of light, turned into ashes, she would kill the immortal emperors again, swearing to kill the enemies without returning. A terrifying, great battle erupted, and in the Tao Ancestor battlefield, the final battle was also about to come to an end. The sound of the zither tinkled, and a strange Tao Ancestor collapsed. At the end of the world, there was a white-robed man covered in blood sitting in front of the zither. His fingers stroked the zither for the last time, and his body disintegrated with a bang. The former Supreme Divine, King Jiang Taishu, who had been illuminated by Celestial Emperor Yi, came back to life with many old friends. Today, in the final battle against the enemy, he died. Yi Fan, an old man with a head full of messy white hair, went crazy. He was originally an old madman, and he called out to Celestial Emperor Yi. In the end, he burned himself to death with the enemy. On the other side, there was a man holding an ancient mirror. His body and the mirror shattered together, and blood splattered in the void. Jizi's blood carried the heroic soul of the Void Emperor. At this time, he had killed countless enemies, but he fell amidst the brilliance. At the edge of the Tao Ancestor battlefield, Li Su exploded and Gu Qing was crushed. Even though there were very few experts in this area, they had just entered the Tao Ancestor domain, and they were still far from enough. Only a rotten corpse was left on the battlefield, still staggering and fighting against the enemy. He held the bronze coffin that had changed hands several times in a short period of time, and his face was full of tears. I'm a piece of trash. I can't become an immortal emperor, and I can't even fight 10 at once. Until now, I haven't killed 10 people. I can only watch as my nephews, my old friends, die in front of me. I hate it. The rotten corpse howled. He couldn't hold on any longer because all the Supreme Tao Ancestors had their eyes on him, and they were rushing over. In outer space, the most terrifying energy waves were vast and mighty. In the past, present, and future, there was a rain of light sprinkling down. In the dazzling rain of light, the Empress was invincible. She burned the great Tao, and she took the enemy down with her. On this day, the Empress's white clothes were peerless, and she dazzled the world. Boom! After the great calamity, a strange immortal emperor exploded and turned into ashes, never to appear again. Another immortal emperor let out a mournful scream as he turned into ashes amidst the dazzling rain of light. 2 immortal emperors died one after another. This was shocking. The remaining 3 saw the Empress' divine bravery and peerless strength. They became timid and fearful. They turned around and fled, hiding in the highlands. In truth, the Empress had turned into light, burned her origin, and turned into the great Tao. She was also a lamp without oil and was on the verge of exhaustion. After all, she had fought for a long time, and she had exhausted too much of her strength. Even so, she had completely killed the 3 immortal emperors and sent them to eternal death. She grew dim amidst the rain of light, and her flames were gradually extinguished. She was about to completely disappear from the world. Rumble. The ground of the broken world collapsed, and the hidden underground palace was exposed. There was a giant teleportation domain there. Unfortunately, when the primogenitor sighed before the battle, a black wall cut off everything. Even the teleportation domain here was destroyed, and no one could leave. The odd primogenitor had deduced everything and didn't even want to let go of the women and children in the underground palace. The seal of the underground palace was broken, and the women and children inside killed their way out. Some of them were very strong, and even the women were at the peak of the Tao Ancestor realm. They directly protected their descendants as they killed their way out. This is a rare opportunity. Tao Ancestor, kill the Tao Ancestor. My race's descendants will also come out to kill those youths. Don't let a single one of them go." A cold voice came from the end of the highlands, commanding the lower realm beings of the odd race to kill the women, children, and youths rushing out of the underground palace. They were undergoing so-called tempering in the final battle. Kill. In an instant, the battle had reached its most bitter stage. The Tao companions and descendants of the experts of the heavens were directly facing the tragedy of blood and bones. They were fearless. Their fathers and ancestors had all died in battle. So how could they be afraid and advance? Even though their strength couldn't compare to the elders of their race, they weren't willing to weaken their reputation. But the battle was truly cruel. Many youths died rapidly, and the blood of many women dyed the blue sky. Little Rabbit, the decayed corpse, shouted loudly. Before its body collapsed, it risked its life to rush towards a silver-haired woman. That woman was pierced by a streak of sword radiance, and her entire body was being destroyed. The decayed corpse roared angrily, doing everything it could to restrict the body and spirit of the woman who was about to collapse. It said with a trembling voice, "In the end, I still couldn't protect you." In the final expanse of dazzling light, there was an emperor weapon that suppressed downwards. The decayed corpse and the lunar jade rabbit both disappeared from the world. Chu Feng was very far away from the battlefield. He couldn't bear the scenes of tragedy. He saw the women and children fighting and falling one after another. Blood dyed the ground red. His eyes were completely red, and he couldn't help but shed tears. "Let me go." Chu Feng trembled, requesting to go to the battlefield. A resplendent butterfly rushed up to protect the women and children. Its wings shook, and the surrounding enemies exploded. But in the end, it was also powerless. When it rushed into the sky, it was shattered by the Emperor weapon. This was the Emperor butterfly that had previously followed Heavenly Emperor Huang. There were two other figures. One took out a primal chaos pagoda that was close to an Emperor weapon, and the other activated the heaven flipping seal that was refined from many pieces of world stone. They attacked the enemy. In the bitter battle, they killed and brought away many powerful enemies, but the two people also fell. They were the small pagoda and the divine striking stone that had been by Heavenly Emperor Huang's side in the past. They had shed their original bodies and transformed into human forms. Yao Yao. Suddenly, Chu Feng saw Yao Yao. She was surrounded and attacked by a group of strange creatures. Even though her talents were world-shaking, it was still very difficult for her. Those were top-notch creatures of the same level. They were strange races that had lived for countless years, and they were terrifyingly powerful at the same realm. In the end, a terrifying beam of light flew over and pierced Yao Yao, nailing her to the ground. Blood splashed everywhere as her body was disintegrating. Yao Yao. Chu Feng's eyes were about to split open. "Let me go." He saw Yao Yao being nailed to death by a creature with a higher level of evolution. His whole body trembled, and he couldn't bear it any longer. He asked the woman on the pollen road to let him go to the battlefield, but his body was fixed here, and he couldn't go. At the same time, Chu Feng saw Zhou Shi flash by in the crowd. Was she there too? Very soon, he was sure that it was Zhou Shi who was in danger. He couldn't bear it any longer and roared at the woman on the pollen road. In the end, he begged her to let him join the battle. "You can say that I'm not calm enough and that I'm not patient enough, but this is human nature. If I see those who are incomparably close to me die in front of me, and I'm still indifferent and able to bear it, am I still human? Even if I survive, I won't forgive myself for the rest of my life. If I go now, I might have a chance to save them. At the very least, I can still kill the enemy. I want to send some strange creatures to hell." The corners of Chu Feng's eyes were cracking, and he was so anxious that his body was trembling unceasingly. "If you go, you'll only be throwing your life away. You don't even have a 10% chance. I no longer have the strength to give you power, and it's hard for me to hide anything for you. I'm about to go silent," the woman on the pollen road calmly informed him. Chu Feng's entire body was covered in blood, and his chest was heaving up and down violently. "The era behind me has ended. An entire generation has been buried, and everyone I know has died. What's left in front of me are the only people I'm familiar with. An era, a great world, has completely turned into blood and bones. Even if I live alone in this world, what meaning is there? Even Huang and Yi can't sweep through the vile earth. So what can I do in the future? No matter how strong I am, can I be stronger than them? You can't go now, but there will be a chance in the future. The woman on the pollen road refused. At the same time, Chu Feng discovered that there was a young man who looked very similar to him in that battlefield. It was simply him in the celestial venerable realm. That young man was celestial venerable Hung, and he was fighting bloody battles in all directions. He was fighting against a group of people of similar realms among the strange creatures, continuously killing them. Chu Feng's heart suddenly trembled. That young man, was he related to him by blood? He guessed this because Zhoshi was pregnant when she left. Calculating the time, more than 100 years had passed. If it was his child, this meant that his talent was extremely strong. He could become a peak celestial venerable Hung in 100 years and could enter the immemorial realm at any time. This was rarely seen in the world. That young man was covered in blood and had many injuries. There was a sword stuck in his chest, making Chu Feng feel like he was suffocating. He endured the pain in his heart and roared at the woman on the pollen road, telling him to go to the battlefield. However, he was never let go. In the end, Chu Feng mournfully said, "I don't know what the future will be like. Perhaps your expectations of me are too high, and I might not be able to reach the realm you hope for. I am me, a person of flesh and blood who can't control the softness of human nature. Seeing my own child in trouble, I can't help but cry. I'm just an ordinary person who wants to fight with his life on the line. I'm a person of flesh and blood. I'm not a devil, nor am I an immortal. I don't have the human nature to erase the human heart. Let me go and kill the enemy. I want to go and save my children. If I lose them, even if I can transcend in the future and take revenge, what's the point? If I watch my wife and children die and all my old friends die today, how can I transcend? This will forever be a dark area in my heart, and I will never be able to forgive myself." At the end of his speech, Chu Feng roared and roared. On the battlefield, that young man who looked like Chu Feng was covered in blood, and there were several bloody holes on his body. However, he was still rampaging in the world and fighting with a group of people from the strange race. He took away an unknown number of strong enemies from the celestial venerable realm as he swept in all directions. However, the vile earth wasn't an ordinary place. How could the creatures that could live in it be ordinary? There were also top-notch experts of the same level. Soon, that young man was surrounded and targeted. Among the enemies, there were 8 celestial venerable Hung, and there were other experts that surrounded him. No matter how strong that young man was, he couldn't resist the joint attack of so many strange creatures of the same level. 8 battle spears pierced through him one after another and lifted him high into the air. Fresh blood dyed those murderous weapons red. Those were all soul-slaying battle spears, and they killed the soul with a single stab. They were the most ruthless kind of soul-slaying weapon. In an instant, the young man's face turned pale, and his soul light dimmed. A heart-wrenching cry came from afar. Zhoshi's figure appeared, and he was covered in blood. He staggered in the crowd of enemies as he charged over. Chuan was a very ordinary name that didn't have any special characteristics. However, it was filled with a mother's best wishes for him. She hoped that he would grow up peacefully without any disasters or tribulations or difficulties. But now, he made people's hearts ache so much. At this moment, Chu Feng's heart was splitting apart. His entire person was about to explode, and he was in extreme pain. That was indeed his child. "Let me go! Let me go!" Chu Feng roared. He didn't want the future, and he didn't want to endure silently. He only wanted to go to his child's side now. As a father, how could he watch helplessly as that child was lifted into the air by someone? His blood was about to run out, and his soul light was even more extinguished. There's no way out of this. If I let you go, I'll be powerless too, and I'll be silent, said the woman from the pollen road. She reminded him that he would only be throwing his life away if he went there, and he couldn't save anyone. I don't want to hide. Even if there's no way out, I'll still kill my way over. I'll be with them, and I'll share my life with them. What's the point of dragging out an ignoble existence in this world alone? Even if I live through the ages, I'll still be gloomy, and there'll be no radiance when I look up. In an instant, Chu Feng could move again. He roared as he cleaved the heaven and earth apart, and he immediately charged over. Bang! He arrived in an instant, and the group of people who were carrying Chu and were all shattered into a bloody mist. He caught his son who was falling from midair, and he quickly pulled out those spears while trembling. However, Chu An's eyes were dim, and his soul light was almost extinguished. At this final juncture, he struggled to open his eyes. There was a shocked expression amidst his weakness, and his mouth was full of blood. He revealed a joyous expression amidst the pain, and with great difficulty, he sent out a weak divine sense wave. "You're my father." Although he didn't have much time left, Chuan could still guess Chu Feng's identity. They looked too similar. Moreover, he had seen his father's portrait, and he had heard his mother talk about his past more than once. "Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well." Chu Feng frantically tried to extend his life. He did everything he could to pour life force into him, but it was already too late. "Father, I finally see you, but I'm going to die. You protect Mother." Chuan sent out the weakest divine sense wave with great difficulty, and it was almost indistinguishable. After that, he stopped moving. His divine sense was extinguished, and his physical body was also disintegrating. Blood flowed everywhere, and it dyed Chu Feng's body red. "No!" 2 streams of blood flowed out of Chu Feng's eyes, and he howled like a wounded beast. "I want you to live." Chu Feng used both his hands to hug the disintegrating body, but he couldn't keep anything. The first time they met, the first time they were reunited as father and son, the first time he called him father, and also the last time they met, the last time they were separated, and the last time he called him father. Such a tragedy made Chu Feng go crazy. His eyes were filled with the color of blood. The whole world was dark red, and there were no other colors. "My child," he roared. An even more mournful cry came from afar. Zhou Shi's body was full of injuries, and he had temporarily killed his way out of the enemies. His hair was disheveled, and he staggered towards Chu Feng. He was like a cuckoo crying blood, and he was inconsolable. When Chu Feng heard the mournful cry that pierced his heart and lungs, the color of blood in his eyes receded a little. He carried his disintegrating body and rushed toward Zhou Shi, crushing a large number of enemies along the way. Big Brother Chu Feng. Even further away, there was a woman whose waist-length silver hair was dyed with blood. She had a sorrowful expression on her face as she looked at Chu Feng and the dead Chuan. She clutched her chest in pain and murmured that she was Ying Xiao Xiao, whom they had been separated from for 3 years. Chi! A glaring blade light streaked across the battlefield. Zhou Shi, Ying Xiao Xiao, and many others were chopped in half. The Tao ancestor took action and began to clean up the final battlefield. There weren't many people left here, and everything was about to come to an end. That final, ghastly bloody light was forever branded in Chu Feng's heart. The pain penetrated deep into his bones, and he was in complete despair. He charged forward as though he had gone mad. He wanted nothing more than to immediately kill all the strange life forms, annihilate all the ominous beings in the world, and bore through the plateau, ancestral land. He had never longed for power as much as he did now. He wanted nothing more than to pierce through heaven and earth, destroy the eternal space-time, wash the vile land with blood, and kill all his enemies. Suddenly, there was a boom. The whole world resonated and shook violently. Then, the heavens trembled. The boundless great Tao burned, and the resplendent brilliance illuminated the past and present. In outer space, the Empress's great Tao flames that were about to be extinguished actually burned fiercely and shone brilliantly again. Her dim and blurry figure actually reappeared. Her aura was incomparably majestic and shook the world beyond the world. She was bathed in the flames of the great Tao as she walked out once more. At this moment, the Empress' peerless elegance shone upon the world. Boom! At the end of the plateau, a large hand stretched out and hacked at her. In the end, the Empress took it head-on and directly blew it up. Then, the Empress's body emitted boundless light that sprinkled down on the dilapidated great world. She transported the few people who were still alive to an unknown land and scattered them to different worlds and different locations. Before the primogenitors arrived, she interfered with the sea of time and threw heaven's mysteries into disorder. In the end, she personally obliterated all traces. Rumble. The 5 primogenitors appeared at the same time and attacked. They realized that something major had happened. The Empress had actually advanced into the sacrificial Tao domain. In despair and desperate straits, she burned all of her source and all of her great Tao. It actually conformed to the true meaning of the sacrificial Tao. Even though she had been fighting outside and fighting against the bizarre all year round, delaying part of her cultivation time, after many years of accumulation, her Tao foundation was still shockingly sturdy. Today, she had reached this step, sacrificed the great Tao, transcended above, and stepped into an even higher domain. Apart from the bizarre primogenitors, from ancient times until now, not many people had reached this step. The number of people who had done so could be counted on one hand. Even though many people had accumulated enough, without that kind of comprehension and that kind of opportunity, immortal emperors would never be able to step into this level in their entire lives. The primogenitors would never have thought that under this kind of desperate situation, under this kind of exhausted and bloody battle with no way out, the Empress could still ascend to the extreme and transform into a Tao ancestor. This was simply unimaginable. From their point of view, if one wanted to sacrifice the Tao, they needed to prepare for many years and needed to go all out. Only then would there be a trace of hope. The white-clothed Empress actually broke a legend under this kind of situation. In a life-and-death battle with the enemy, she carried the thought of meeting death and successfully sacrificed the Tao. Even though they were enemies, the Tao ancestors' expressions were complicated. They couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This woman was shockingly talented, able to look down on the endless past and present. Back then, only Huang was able to directly make a fierce and unstoppable breakthrough under this type of desperate situation. Now, there is another you, truly stunning past, present, and future. A primogenitor said softly. Even though they were enemies, they still felt quite moved. Perhaps there's also that Yi silently advancing into the Tao sacrifice domain while carrying us, a single leaf covering the heavens, not at all inferior. Another primogenitor said. Then they felt a wave of lingering fear. If it wasn't for the fact that they were shaken by the dream this time, roused awake, their fates would have been extremely miserable. If Huang, Yi, and the Empress were given a bit more time, after another 1 or 2 great years passed, it most likely wouldn't be the primogenitors coming out to kill them, but rather them taking the initiative to slaughter their way into the plateau. You all are not worthy of mentioning their names. The Empress spoke. Her head of fine black hair fluttered about, the shattered armor around her body releasing light noises. White mist surrounded her, making her face even more indistinct. At the same time, the world outside the world rumbled and resonated. Many weapon fragments appeared at the Emperor's side with unstoppable might. The lightning pool that had turned into hundreds of fragments, the great cauldron that had completely collapsed, and the desolate sword that had been broken into many pieces all flew over, revolving around the Empress. Amidst the sonorous sounds and the dazzling fragments collided, parts of the lightning pool and great cauldron turned into armor, covering the Empress' body. She stood there covered in armor. The broken, desolate sword turned into a halberd blade, while the remaining lightning pool and great cauldron fragments forged the halberd shaft. The Empress was covered in armor, holding the halberd as she towered between heaven and earth. She held the halberd with a single hand, pointing it at the great primogenitors. This shocking scene illuminated the world, making countless creatures unable to help but shed tears. They cried out, their hearts surging with hope, wishing that the Empress could kill all enemies. Chong! Another trembling sound rang out. The remaining fragments of the lightning pool and great cauldron turned into a mask. It was just like the bronze mask the Empress wore in the past, carrying grief, a bleak smile, and tears. The Empress was lonely when she was young, always relying on herself. When she was still a young girl, only 10 or so years old, she never cried again. Since then, only the tear stains on the bronze mask accompanied her. Only that mask had already been broken, and she had put it down. Until today, she wore the same mask once again. Today, the Emperor's heart was filled with grief and sorrow. The primogenitors sucked in a breath of cold air. What did they see? Even though that mask was sorrowful, it was somewhat similar to the dream. The person in the dream was crying and laughing, a bit deranged, killing one of them. How could they not be terrified? In the end, they still couldn't change the course of history. Would 6 primogenitors die in the end? In that instant, their hearts throbbed, and a bone-piercing chill ran down their backs. The primogenitors were horrified, feeling a sense of destiny. Were there some things that couldn't be escaped, even if one wanted to? They couldn't cross over the past. Reveal your true appearance. Let's take a closer look. One of the primogenitors said, wishing to match it with the blurry scene in the dream, prying to more clues from there, wishing to change the course of history again. I was born brilliant, and when I die, I will turn into light. You all don't have the qualifications to look directly at my appearance. The Empress spoke coldly. A strand of fine black hair rose up, and with the halberd in hand, she pressed forward. The primogenitors couldn't help but take a step back. They were worried that the dream would come true, that some things would be reflected in reality, and then the 6th ancestor would be killed. No one was willing to be the last one to die. At this moment, the Empress was covered in armor and holding the halberd. She was like an unmatched war god in this domain. Even though she was a woman, she was still incomparably domineering, her style exceptional, resplendent in this world. Chapter 1662. She was the only one left, no one else with her. However, the Empress remained fearless. She wore her armor and held her halberd, towering between heaven and earth, intimidating the 5 great ancestors alone. No matter how many years passed, the creatures from the plateau, from the ancestors to the immortal emperors, and then to the young darkness creatures, would never forget this scene. This would become the source of fear and trembling within their hearts, a taboo area they weren't willing to talk about again. That day, the Empress pressed forward with her halberd alone, while the 5 great ancestors were actually backing up. Even they felt fear inside. When they faced that masked woman, chills ran down their backs. Kill her. One of the ancestors was furious, feeling a type of indescribable humiliation. Who were they? The true eternal ancestors, able to split apart heaven and earth with a single thought, able to pierce through countless great cosmos with a flip of their hands. Yet now, they were backing up because of a single person? This was just too shameful. No one had ever forced them like this before. Even Huang and Yi died under their hands. In this world, from past to present, countless great eras had passed. They were above all creatures, even sacrificing the great Tao. So how could they show weakness like this? Their faces felt a type of burning pain. In summary, everything was because they were worried that they would follow in the footsteps of the 5 ancestors, forever remaining in this world. Even though Huang and Yi both died in battle, they were still scared. Huang, the 5 great ancestors took action. They weren't ordinary people in the end. Killing intent surged, incomparably cold, as they slaughtered their way towards the Empress. In that instant, the 5 majestic black figures quickly became larger, their shoulders immediately exploding into the heavens. Meanwhile, their souls even more so stepped into the blood-soaked, ruined world below, making it immediately break apart. The strength of the ancestors was too great. When their bodies appeared, they displayed matchless viciousness. Their bodies exploded the nearby great cosmos one after another, resplendent stellar rivers, not even comparable to specks of dust in front of them. Their bodies crushed past and present, crossing worlds, breaking apart the great river of time, each displaying their methods to suppress the Empress. One of them wielded a heavy greatsword and swept it out, destroying everything in its path. It cleaved apart all the great worlds nearby and crushed all living things, causing all tangible things to disintegrate and be annihilated. There was another person who directly hacked towards the Empress with a large hand covered in terrifying beast hair, blasting apart worlds. How could the 5 great ancestors not be terrifying when they took action together? It shocked the world. The great Empress body released an immeasurable amount of light. Her light body became as tall as the primogeniture. She was calm and composed as she waved her halberd and swept forward. Puff! There were enormous hands covered in beast fur that were hacked off, ominous blood scattering everywhere. All great worlds were blasted through, exploding. There were also Kong-Chong sounds that shattered the great Tao. The halberd blade streaked past, cutting that heavy ancestral-level great sword in half. Boundless might surged terrifyingly. The most terrifying thing was that within a streak of snow-white radiance, an ancestor's head was separated from its body, hacked off by a long halberd. Large amounts of blood splashed outwards, shocking the world. This shocked the ancestors as well, making them shiver inwardly. They had just exchanged blows, 5 individuals attacking at the same time. Yet in the end, one of them was beheaded. Roar! They growled and roared as they charged forward. Great Tao burned one after another like flickering candlelight at the ancestor's side, only able to illuminate dim paths with a weak light. It wasn't much at all. The power of the ancestors exceeded that of the great Tao. An intense, great battle erupted. The great Empress wore armor, held a halberd, and wore a mask, fighting against the 5 great ancestors alone. Her exceptional style was displayed as she slaughtered in and out of the undying creatures. Pooh! An ancestor was hacked apart, blood surging. His body was split in half, and then it even more so quickly exploded. Chi! Another ancestor was hacked apart by the great Empress' shoulder, scattering into the void. Unfortunately, the ancestors were difficult to kill, already considered eternal, undying creatures. Together with the ancestral land to rely on, they gradually became fearless, killing until their eyes became red. Between heaven and earth, countless flower petals fluttered about, sparkling and fragrant, scattering over countless great cosmos. On every single petal, there was a great empress that appeared, all of them wearing masks, covered in armor, holding halberds. Chi this time, large amounts of flower petals fluttered about, rushing forward. All of the empresses on the resplendent flower petals raised their halberds at the same time, hacking forward. Beams of light overflowed into the heavens, covering countless great worlds. Moreover, in a daze, it was as if someone appeared, standing at her side, brandishing the sword along with her, offering the cauldron. With a hong sound, an ancestor was blasted apart by the great empress halberd. At the same time, the armor on the great empress body released Kong-Chong sounds, the lightning pool's light erupting, all life source energy flowing, killing the enemy together with her. With a PU sound, lightning radiance and source energy interweaved, turning into millions and millions of streaks of light flames, piercing through an ancestor in front of her, burning him to ashes. The ancestors sucked in a cold breath of air, involuntarily backing up. The one who was blasted apart, even more so, had a pale complexion, his source weak, revealing a look of shock. They truly felt great, restraining fear. The great empress herself was already powerful and terrifying enough, yet the broken, desolate sword, shattered lightning pool, and exploded great cauldron still had a portion of Huang and Yesmite left behind. Since those two have completely died, the remnants should be buried as well, an ancestor said coldly. However, the 5 of them all stood there, none of them the first to step out, feeling restraining fear. That dream was constantly reminding them. The armor on the great empress body shone, as if it was covered in a layer of raging flames. She held the halberd, standing in place, confronting the 5 great ancestors. She looked down on these terrifying existences who had lived for endless years, not feeling the slightest bit of fear. Specks of gentle light rippled about, shining little paper boats appearing one after another at the great Emperor's side. They broke through the sea of time, each following a different trajectory, rippling brilliance in countless regions of the present world. Then, they headed towards history, drifting towards the future, quickly disappearing without a trace. Are you trying to leave something behind for later generations? Or are you trying to find some traces of Huang and Yi? Searching for a drop of blood they left behind in the great skies of history, carrying hope in your heart, awakening a strand of their life force? Or perhaps you clearly know that you will die, so you derive the sacrificial Tao, wishing to leave behind a trace in this world, in this endless time-space, in that future? The Tao ancestor's cold voice sounded. Another Tao ancestor became even colder, saying, "Everything is meaningless. Huang and Yi, in the past, in the present world, in the future, have all been killed by us. Not a single drop of blood, not a speck of bone dust left behind. From here on out, their traces will forever disappear from this world. No one in this world able to remember them. As for the paper boats they left behind, they're naturally not allowed to leave behind any radiance, leave behind brilliance." At this moment, the 5 great ancestors moved in unison, taking action at the same time, tracing back to the past, present, and future. Terrifying power surged, spreading towards the sea of time, tracing back to all of the paper boats. The gentle light was corroded, the inauspicious power and light scattering, the boats turning black. History, present world, future, everything seemed to have exploded at the same time. The 5 of them took action again, slaughtering their way towards the great Empress. She has only just entered this domain. How much power can she have? Kill her, an ancestor shouted. However, even the one who spoke didn't have much confidence, feeling that the great Emperor's power was too tyrannical, not like someone who had just entered the sacrificial Tao. How long? Flower petals filled the sky around the great Empress, as if there were countless great worlds rising and falling, revolving around her. Every single petal had her halberd-wielding reflection. At this moment, the great Empress concentrated all of her power, attacking a single person. The ancestors all felt their blood run cold. They hesitated a bit inwardly, not advancing or retreating together. In the end, they were still scared that that dream would come true. This was especially the case at this moment. The armor on the great Emperor's body broke apart again, turning into fragments of the lightning pool and cauldron. There, 2 imposing figures appeared, the indistinct figures of Huang and Yi. They stood side by side with the great Empress, unexpectedly fiercely taking action at the same time. An ancestor released a great roar, his pupils rapidly contracting. He couldn't help but back up. It was to the extent where there were even some ancestors who subconsciously evaded entering the ancestral land. Could it be that the great Empress paper boats weren't left behind for later generations, nor were they engraved with a trace of herself, but instead truly summoned the power of those 2 who died? Huang and Yi had previously killed 5 ancestors, leaving behind an unerasable shadow in their hearts. Apart from this, they also felt fear because of this dream. In the original course of history, 6 ancestors would die. This was like a venomous snake gnawing at their hearts, increasing their uneasiness and nervousness. There is no way Huang and Yi can reappear. It is nothing more than a strand of aura produced by a broken weapon. Kill her, an ancestor shouted. However, there was someone who was running. How long? The great Empress sublimated to the extreme. The halberd in her hands pierced through one of their bodies. The armor on their body broke apart, burning, turning into heaven overflowing flames that submerged that person. Moreover, she herself also ignited, submerging that ancestor, wishing to send her to eternal death. The ancestor who had already experienced a great life and death battle against Huang and Yi, her foundation weak, now directly exploded after suffering this type of attack. Flames refined her, truly erased. The world rumbled, endless primal chaos surging. Countless universes, countless great worlds trembled, crying out in grief. A progenitor had fallen into eternal silence. Stop her! We have been deceived. She has just entered this domain. How could she be powerful to the point of being unmatched? She was originally about to collapse. Kill her. An ancestor roared. The four of them rushed over, but there was always a bit of a disharmonious feeling. There were some who always wished for others to rush ahead of them. In the end, they still felt uneasy, a type of predestined feeling. Even though they had taken action, the primogenitor who was being refined had already let out a final miserable howl before completely disappearing. From then on, it would forever be silent. Not even the plateau ancestral land could revive him. The entire world was shaken. The great empress killed an ancestor. She had just entered this domain, yet she already killed an ancestor like this. Everyone trembled, shocked, including all of the strange creatures on the plateau. The remaining four ancestors were incomparably furious, but they also felt a mysterious sense of relief. 6 ancestors died, so there shouldn't be any more unexpected things, right? They attacked with all of their strength, erupting with the most powerful power to suppress and kill the great empress. The halberd broke, the armor collapsed, burning. Those weapon fragments exploded, filling the skies, turning into ashes. Meanwhile, within the flames, the great empress also passed away. Within the origin flames, her body and spirit disintegrated, turning into an endless, resplendent rain of light. In a split second, the entire world grieved. Everyone in the various worlds, in the boundless universe, felt an indescribable grief. The heaven and earth sensed this, and all sorts of strange phenomena appeared. Everyone knew that the great empress was about to fall, and the world would never see her peerless elegance again. Within the rain of light, the great empress past quickly streaked across the sky, illuminating many people's hearts. They saw a part of her past that made people feel pity and tear up. Some scenes streaked past like flowing light, from blurry to real. Especially when she was young, it was as if they were suddenly pulled into that era, gradually becoming clearer. She had been poor since she was young, living in hardship, never having new clothes, always wearing tattered clothes. She only had an older brother with whom she depended on for survival. But when she was very young, her brother was forcibly taken away, far away from his homeland, dying in a foreign land. At that time, she was only 4 or 5 years old. From then on, she became even more lonely, and it was hard to imagine how she managed to survive. A frail 4-year-old girl lost her only support, and every day she missed her only relative, the older brother, who was destined to never see again. Although before her brother was taken away, when he was still alive, they were also very poor, didn't have enough to eat, and didn't have warm clothes. That was the happiest period of her life. Her brother, who was only a few years older than her, would always find a small amount of cold leftovers from outside, swallow his saliva, and feed them to her. Although she was very young, she knew that her brother, who was sallow and emaciated, was also very hungry, so she would always let her brother have the first bite. At that time, when she saw her brother turning around to secretly wipe his tears, she would raise her dirty little face, her big eyes filled with tears, and use her tattered little sleeves to wipe away the tears at the corners of her brother's eyes, whispering, "Brother, don't cry." Then, her brother would try his best to smile, make her happy, and accompany her to eat the cold leftovers. At that time, they felt that it was incomparably sweet and delicious. Sometimes, when her brother brought back cold food, his body would be covered with injuries, and sometimes he would even be chased and beaten by people, his eyes red. But when he came in front of her, he would always puff out his chest, telling her that he was here for everything, and that they wouldn't starve to death. Then, he would carefully take out half a cold steamed bun from his bosom, as if presenting a treasure. The young brother and sister hid in a corner of the street, happily chewing on the cold, hard steamed bun, and also chewing on the happiness and fragrance that only they could experience. Until one day, when her brother was forcibly taken away, she cried shouted, and chased after him, even running away with her tattered little shoes, begging those people to return her brother. But those people ignored her, and in the end, they became impatient, kicking her to the side of the road, causing her head to bleed. She was so helpless, so pitiful, and in the end, she begged those people to take her away as well. As long as she could be with her brother, it was fine to go anywhere. At that time, her brother cried, asking them not to hurt his sister anymore, and not to take her away. It was also that day that she learned that her brother had an extraordinary physique. It seemed to be the holy physique, and those people wanted to take her brother to carry out a blood sacrifice ceremony. It was also that day that she learned that she had a mortal physique, even worse than ordinary people, because she and her brother had been suffering from hunger and cold for a long time. Except for a pair of big bright eyes, her body was very thin and weak. That night, she hid in a corner of the street in fear. Facing the darkness, she curled up her small body, thinking of her brother, her face full of tears, her heart filled with fear. She missed him, and she wanted him to come back. However, that farewell was eternal. Her brother, who was only a few years older than her, was used as a sacrifice, and he died of blood loss. She waited for many days, waited for years, and stayed at the place where they had parted, hoping that he would come back. But the day of her brother's return never came. There was only a broken devil mask on her body. It was sad and smiling with tears. It was picked up by her brother at that time, except for a folded and crumpled small paper boat. The mask was the only decent toy they had. She especially cherished it, and from then on, she never left it. In order to survive, she ate grass, became a little beggar, and stood next to the old man selling bread, looking at him with wide eyes, swallowing saliva. No one knew the sadness and sorrow of the Empress when she was young. If it were not for her incomparable determination to wait for her brother to come back, and her unimaginable willpower, she would have long died on the side of the road in her childhood. Later, when she grew a little older, her mind gradually opened up, and she became smarter. Her situation gradually improved with her own efforts, and she even obtained a shallow cultivation formula from an old cultivator who was dying of a serious illness by the side of the road. She had a preliminary chance to change her fate. That was just a simple method, but she figured out a different meaning from it. From then on, she embarked on the path of cultivation. She did not have a strong root bone, nor did she have a special physique. Those legendary godly body, winged body, tyrant body, and Tao fetus were too far away from her, but she never felt that she was inferior to others. She could always comprehend different things from ordinary methods. Along the way, she explored and moved forward by herself. As her strength gradually increased, she continued to collect various cultivation formulas, read a large number of incomplete ancient books, and gradually perfected her own method. It was also during that period that she tracked down and found out that the people who took her brother away came from the Yuhua dynasty. She remembered this dynasty that was known as the most powerful orthodoxy in that era, enough to rule the world. Later on, the Empress began to rapidly become stronger. She suppressed all opponents of the same realm and defeated all enemies with her mortal body. Tyrant body, winged body, godly body, and Tao fetus. None of them could resist her mortal body. A young woman in white rose in the shortest time possible and illuminated the entire era. She was extremely dazzling, and later on, she stunned the ages. Countless people exclaimed in admiration and admired her. No one knew that the Empress didn't cultivate to achieve immortality, but to wait for her brother to appear and return. She had an obsession in her heart. The brother in her memories never disappeared. She drew countless portraits of him from a teenager to a young adult, accompanying her as she grew up. Later on, the Empress destroyed the Yuhua dynasty with one palm. With a flip of her hand, she pierced through a forbidden zone of life and imprisoned it. She only had one thought, not to become a celestial, just to wait for him to return in this mortal world. Even though she was so powerful and dazzling in the world, the most unforgettable and cherished time for her was still her childhood. Her Tao fruit turned into a little girl who looked exactly like her when she was young. She wore tattered clothes, had a dirty little face, and big bright eyes. She wandered and walked alone in the mortal world just to wait for that person so that he could recognize her at a glance. In the dazzling rain of light, the Empress watched her body shatter. The undefeated had finally reached the end of her life today. From a mortal body, she embarked on the path of cultivation. She only had the most ordinary physique, but all the legendary tyrant physique, godly physique, and Taoist fetus were overshadowed by her. She rose from the bottom and grew into the world-shaking Empress. She was peerless, and her brilliance illuminated the world forever. Today, she died in the dazzling rain of light. The Empress of a generation passed away. At the last moment, the people of all the worlds saw that in her disintegrating body, there was a real world that was also cut open. There was a gentle light there, accompanied by two people. A young man was pulling a weak little darling. Although the two of them were wearing tattered clothes, they were bathed in the brilliant rain of light. They smiled there, and then with their backs facing the people, they gradually went further away. End of this chapter. Chapter 1663. Under the dazzling rain of light, the youth pulled the weak little girl into the distance, their figures disappearing. From then on, no one saw them again. All of the irregular scenes in the world collapsed. The great thousand cosmos seemed to have immediately darkened. Countless people felt suffocated, hot tears in their eyes, but they remained silent. The entire world lost its brilliance, becoming deathly still. The last strand of dawn in everyone's hearts was also devoured by the abyss, the atmosphere stifling to the extreme. That day, Huang and Yi died in battle. That day, the Empress who sacrificed herself to the Tao also turned into light and left into the distance. That day, without beginning, Luo, Black Darkness, Immortal Emperor, and the others all died. After this battle, there was no emperor in this world. It ended in the end. A primogenitor spoke, his spirit and strength exhausted, his mind exhausted. He released a breath of relief, feeling as if a great burden was lifted from his shoulders. They thought that after seeing through the future, they would tear through all enemies, forcefully rewrite history. Today was destined to be the end of their glory. However, the process was just that dangerous. Even now, they still shivered when they thought about it, feeling lingering fear, not wishing to recall it again. 10 great primogenitors appeared together, but in the end, 6 of them still died. It was as if this was a type of terrifying fate, matching the number of primogenitors who died in the dream, not changing. Did they rewrite history? When they thought of this question, the 4 primogenitors who were still alive felt a chill run through their hearts, their blood running cold. We changed fate. In the end, the ones who survived are us. Huang and you both died. A primogenitor said with a sunken voice. Regardless, victory belonged to them. They swept through all enemies in a single battle, no longer feeling any fear and uneasiness. The dream returned to reality. Everything ended. All enemies who could threaten the plateau were killed. The process was extremely dangerous. Even the 4 of them almost died, their foundations crushed many times. If not for them having evolved for countless great eras, their foundations extremely deep, they would have been in danger today. Huang looked down on his opponents, calmly telling them that he would bring away the 3 great primogenitors who faced him. He had a faint smile on his face. Even in death, he still gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. It was as if he had killed the primogenitors, making them feel uneasy even in death. The Empress was born resplendent, and in death, she also turned into light. She looked down on them, feeling that it was beneath her to face them with her true appearance. She killed the primogenitor as soon as she entered the Tao, sacrificing domain. After this battle, the ancestors' bodies and hearts were simply riddled with holes. They didn't want to look back, not wishing to meet this type of enemy again. Finally, all of the restless seeds have been wiped out. From now on, there will be no more emperors in this world. An ancestor spoke. They could rest in peace and recover their foundation. To the living beings of the great Kiliacosm, this day was incomparably painful and despairing. Heaven and earth and their hearts were all gloomy. In the true Emperor Collapse era, there had never been a death. All the emperors had died. Emperor fall and man die. The cold wind swept across the barren land, emitting a woo-woo sound, as if someone was sobbing in sorrow, giving off an incomparably desolate feeling. Chu Feng fell from the sky and smashed into the frozen ground. He coughed incessantly, his mouth full of bloody foam. 2 streams of blood flowed out from his eyes. He knelt down on one knee, suppressing a low roar. The pain was so great that he was about to go mad. He truly wanted to pierce through the heavens, bore through the vile earth, kill all of the ancestors, slaughter all of the strange creatures. However, he couldn't do it. He didn't have that kind of strength. He was only a young, evolved being, a latecomer. He couldn't do anything. He was powerless to take revenge for his wife and son, powerless to change fate. He was about to suffocate, his entire being going mad. Ho! He roared like a wild beast, despairing and miserable. His heart was in pain, and nothing could be seen in his eyes, only the boundless color of blood. With a putong sound, he fell onto the ground, turning over and laying there. His chest rose and fell violently, gasping for breath, continuously coughing out blood from his mouth. As a father, he could only watch helplessly as his son died in front of him. His body was pierced through by 8 ice-cold spears, hanging in midair, dripping with blood. That dark red blood was so beautiful, so dazzling. The first time they met, he weakly called him father, also became the last time they met. They met again, father and son parted forever. As he watched his son's body disintegrate, his eyes dimmed, and he lost all of his luster. Chu Feng's heart was torn apart at that moment. It was twisted into pieces, and he was in so much pain that he went mad. He couldn't forgive himself. Even though his strength wasn't a match for the Tao ancestor wielding the emperor weapon, he should have appeared at the first instance and let his son die first. He couldn't accept this reality. He was still alive, but his son's body disintegrated in front of him. Blood splattered everywhere. He stretched out his arms to hug him, but nothing was left. And before Zhou Shi died, she staggered and ran towards her son like a madman. In the end, she was hit by a bright flash of a knife, and blood splashed out. That stung Chu Feng's eyes and also pierced through his heart. Ing Xiao was also beheaded under that kind of blade light. There was pain and reluctance on her pale face. She looked at him even in death with that kind of mournful and helpless expression. Yao Yao's innate talent was unparalleled. Originally, she should have had a brilliant future, but in this calamity, she was thrown a battle spear by a higher realm strange creature from beyond the heavens. She was directly nailed to the bleeding ground. It was mournful and made people grieve. Yellow Cattle, Ouyang Delong, Old Gu, East Tiger, Big Black Yak, Lu Bohu, Ingwudi, Zilwan, Qin Loin, Ingzhixian, Dong Qing, the Divine Temple Fairy. Too many pitiful and lamentable people disintegrated under the emperor weapon. They didn't even have the chance to let out their final cries of unwillingness. Those familiar and amiable faces continuously flashed through Chu Feng's mind. Everything that happened in the past seemed to have happened just yesterday. Those familiar and those unfamiliar, everyone was dead. The era Chu Feng was in was cut off by someone, and his future was cut off. Everyone was sacrificed in blood and fire, and turned to ashes as if they'd never come to this world. An entire generation died just like that. Everything became a tragedy. Chu Feng lay motionless on the frozen earth like a corpse. His eyes were empty and lifeless. They were a deathly gray color. 1 day, 2 days. It snowed like goose feathers in the sky and drowned him. He was like a lonely wanderer who died a violent death in the wild. He had no home to return to. His heart died. The ice-cold frozen earth bore the weight of his rigid body. Although many days had passed since the last battle, its influence and storm were far from subsiding. There were no emperors in the world, and all the Tao ancestors had fallen. The whole world was boundless and full of grief and sorrow. Even so, the creatures in the vile earth didn't stop. The 3 living beings at the end of the road walked out. They raised their arms and coldly and emotionlessly streaked across the heaven and earth. On that day, even the immortal kings in the world, and the surviving evolvers of the older generation collapsed as if they'd been slashed by a knife. In this era of bloodshed, the immortal emperor's palm streaked across the void. It represented the blade of heaven's will and targeted all the immortal kings in the great thousand worlds. No one could resist it. Everyone's source was shattered, and they quickly transformed into the Tao. They disintegrated and died miserable deaths. Immortal emperors could split the heavens and earth with a single thought. They could even tear apart the great worlds in the instant they opened their eyes. Their every action represented the will of heaven. This was especially true in the era where there were no emperors. The three immortal emperors in the vile earth sliced through the world with their palms. There was naturally not a trace of resistance, and no one could resist it. They targeted the immortal kings like a great net of heaven's will. No matter how peerless one's talent was or how astonishing one's Tao was, they still couldn't struggle free. All the kings died. Even some of the true immortal level existences were affected and died miserably that day. It was a targeted slaughter. When the great net fell, the stronger the fish, the harder it was to struggle free. They were all caught in one fell swoop. This was the tragedy of the human world, the pain of evolvers. It was also the most tragic and darkest era of the world. An elder staggered about, falling and then getting up, crying out in misery and pain, muttering to himself, "Huang is still the devilish brat. Yi is still the black man. Empress is still the little darling." If everything was still in the past, then there would be no blood, no tears, no pain and grief. They could all still be alive, radiant, brilliant, happy. If time could still stop, time could flow in reverse, the great world would still be brilliant. Those people would never wither away, still be in this world. However, there were no ifs. Even if time could flow in reverse, so what? Immortal emperors could reverse the flow of time, but they still died. Stars moved, great changes took place in this world. Lively faces lost smiles one after another. They became serious, grave, grieved. In the end, the entire era was buried. The great world that was bathed in dazzling radiance turned to ashes. All of the old friends, the evolvers who dared resist the vile earth, all withered away, only ruins left behind. The saints were buried, from then on gone without a trace. Chapter 1664. Outside high heavens was an endless blood-colored sea. Every single splash would cause large amounts of ruined great worlds to shatter. This was the terrifying sacrificial sea, known as the place where immortal emperors were sacrificed. Blood-colored waves overflowed into the heavens. Before it, high heavens was like a lone island. Great waves struck towards the sky, endless time-space from past to present surging, vanishing. This was the endless cosmos that had been destroyed in the past. Every single splash was previously resplendent. The great thousand worlds that were previously full of vitality turned into the smoke of history. They were damaged, shattered, all of their life force scattered, forming the blood-colored sacrificial sea. It was vast and boundless. Even immortal emperors easily lost within. They needed clear coordinates, or else they might end up in an unknown land of chaos, a land of deathly stillness. In the depths of the blood-colored sea was an altar. It was grand and lofty, quiet and silent. The surrounding waves were all still, calming down, unable to touch it. The experts of the strange races were viewed as the highest creatures of the world, the only three creatures at the end of the road. Their expressions were all serious, carrying reverence as they prayed in front of the altar, offering sacrifices. Countless rays of blood-colored light entered the altar. The enemies that died in battle, the most powerful opponents, all of them were excellent sacrifices. With their remaining blood, with their resplendence, they were sacrificed on this ancient altar. If outsiders saw this, they would definitely tremble in fear. It was because the three immortal emperors actually knelt down, kowtowing in front of the altar. Great sacrifice. For the strange races, this was the most sacred type of ceremony. No mistakes tolerated. In this world, Huang, Yi, Empress, and the others all died in battle. There were no emperors in this world. Tao ancestors turned to ashes. Immortal kings all passed away. All of the experts of the world died, their remaining power flowing. This was the best sacrifice. The four ancestors who were alive were extremely careful, resting in their ancestral land, recovering their foundation. However, the great sacrifice couldn't be made a mistake, so they ordered the three immortal emperors to carefully preside over it. In the long river of history, there were people who suspected what the source of the strange power was, the truth behind the great sacrifice, as well as the inauspicious nature. However, no one was able to find the end. Even the creatures at the end of the road in Vile Earth were only carrying out orders, not knowing who they were offering sacrifices for. In fact, for a very long period of time, immortal emperors didn't even know the ultimate meaning of this ceremony. Only in the recent past did they understand that such an existence really existed. A long time ago, some immortal emperors even thought that this was only a symbolic ceremony, and that the object of worship wasn't even a single living being. Now, in this era, the primogenitor's words revealed a portion of the truth. The source of their power seemed to be a certain existence that had left traces in the world. This horrified the immortal emperors, and even the supreme creatures felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. Who was the great sacrifice for? There was actually a corresponding creature. However, that creature didn't seem to exist anymore, passing away, turning into ashes under the vast sky of history. Meanwhile, the primogenitors wanted to pursue even greater power, so they continuously offered sacrifices in hopes that the traces that person left behind in the boundless cosmos would be illuminated. They might even be able to revive a wisp of their will, giving them inspiration and helping them step into a higher realm. This caused the emperor's scalp to go numb. How could there be such a monster in this world? The source of the strange power, the origin of the inauspicious creatures, all pointed to a single living being? However, what had disappeared would never come back, and what had been completely obliterated would never be able to revive. This more or less made them feel a bit more at ease. Where did this altar come from? Why do I feel that it is even older than the ancestral ground, and even more ancient than the primogenitor's existence? It gives me a feeling of endless vicissitudes of history and great weight. After the great sacrifice, the three of them continuously retreated until they were very far away, standing on the blood-colored sacrificial sea. Only then did an immortal emperor carefully speak. The other two beings shook their heads and didn't speak. They didn't want to stay here for too long, so the three of them quickly left. Only when they were extremely far away did they seem to hear a faint and almost inaudible sigh. It seemed real, yet illusory, as it echoed in the depths of the blood-colored sacrificial sea. The three supreme creatures suddenly turned around and stared in that direction. On the black altar, there was a vague figure looking back. Was it looking at the path of the past? Or was it ascending to recall something? In a split second, the three experts felt like their scalps were going to explode. There really was such a monster. However, that vague figure instantly disintegrated. All traces of it disappeared, destroyed from the world, unable to continue existing. Everything returned to nothingness. You all, did you see? Is that the creature the primogenitor longed to revive, to reveal a bit of his existence? He wasn't a figment of imagination, but rather a real existence. Such a grand, great sacrifice, yet it only made him vaguely appear for an instant. If the primogenitor knew, he would definitely go crazy and rush over. However, he still missed it in the end. Who exactly is he? What kind of identity does he have? Even the three immortal emperors were trembling, feeling a powerful uneasiness. In their eyes, the primogenitor was already the limit of the endless cosmos, the most powerful in the past, present, and future, unable to climb any further. However now, after the great sacrifice past countless great eras, the altar finally revealed an indistinct figure, revealing a type of terrifying truth, making even the creatures at the Lu Jin level feel a bit scared. Death is death in the end. Let's go. An immortal emperor spoke, not wishing to stay here any longer. The owner of the three-world coffin. Only after a long time had passed, and they completely left the place of immortal emperor's sacrifice, did the oldest Lu Jin-level creature of the three speak with a serious expression. He was the only one who had heard bits and pieces. Now, he spoke about the limited secret information. What? Huang's copper coffin, Ye's copper outer coffin. In reality, they all belong to the same person. Three-layered coffin, three-world coffin. Buried within was a person, buried on the plateau. The primogenitor researched it for many years, but he didn't obtain anything. Later on, the coffin was left, wishing to see if others obtained anything, if there were any abnormalities in the coffin. However, they were left disappointed. In that incomparably ancient era, the primogenitor had previously deduced the name of the copper coffin, the three-world coffin. He also had all types of associations, but after waiting for endless years, great eras after great eras, he still didn't obtain anything, so he no longer cared about it. Now that I think about it, the existence of the great sacrifice is the person buried in the copper coffin. Did he have 3 lives? Did he die after 3 lives? Or could he reappear after 3 lives? It's a terrifying fog. We can't see clearly. Suddenly, the primogenitor's terrifying aura appeared. In the ancestral land, for ancient monsters that were like malicious spirits opened their eyes, looking towards the 3 immortal emperors in the depths of the sacrificial sea. Someone spoke. He appeared. The primogenitor was actually trembling. The source of all of their power originated from that creature. Back then, they drove the coffin into the plateau, replacing the copper coffin, and buried it in the vile earth. Only then was the unrivaled primogenitor's body created. How could they not feel restraining fear towards that mysterious existence, not revere? They really wanted to know everything about him. Unfortunately, back then, when they entered the depths of the plateau, even though they were buried under the earth, they immediately fell into a deep slumber. It was to the extent where they only remembered these things. Their past had already turned to ashes. In reality, their true past bodies directly died that day, corroded by a strange power. Then, their physical bodies gained sentience, and only then did they walk out from the 10 great primogenitors. The truth was that their original selves had all died. What replaced them was a new, strange, true spirit that accompanied their long, inauspicious physical bodies. The source of all power, the origin of this strange birth, all originated from the pit where the copper coffin was buried, as well as the plateau. Do you all know what the primordial substance is? The primogenitor ultimately endured it, not rushing out of the plateau. He continued to heal his injuries in the vile earth. However, even though there were countless universes separating them, his words were still clearly projected into the hearts of the 3 immortal emperors, making them feel even more reverence. It might very well be the ashes of the 3-world coffin's owner. One of the primogenitors said with a low voice. The winds were extremely great, tearing apart the heavens. Blood-colored waves splashed outwards, as if millions and millions of experts produced figures. But in the end, they exploded, turning into ocean spray. Ruined great worlds were continuously born and destroyed one after another. The sacrificial sea, it was no longer calm. The place where the immortal emperors were sacrificed was incomparably gloomy, slowly becoming indistinct. Recently, he continuously sent people on their way, killing until his hands were numb. After adjusting himself for 2 days, he decided to first write a bit and then continue at night. The end wasn't far away. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.